On my left, we have the Honorable William Powey, Governor for Southern Highlands. On my immediate left, we have the Honorable Alan Bird, Governor for East Sepik Province. On my right, we have Sir Peter Ipatas, Governor for Enga, and Honorable Rufina Peter, Governor for Central Province, and Member for Wawaria, Honorable Marsh Narawak, who are members of this committee. The head of Secretariat is Mr. David Sode, and he has a research team that have put all this together for us. Basically, we've been asked to look at the alluvial mining sector. We've been asked by members of industry, concerned Papua New Guineans, members of parliament, other stakeholders, to take a very careful look at what's going on in the alluvial mining sector in Papua New Guinea. Once a very robust, well-managed sector, now facing some challenges and difficulties, and giving rise to concerns from stakeholders, especially those who are legitimate players, I would like to say, those who are making the effort to pay their taxes, employ Papua New Guineans or others, and run their businesses in accordance with the law. We've started to see the entry and operation of organizations, individuals that aren't respectful of these laws, the laws of this country, and that are behaving in a way that can be said to be either criminal in some instances or just flaunting the laws that we have in this country. So our team has paid a visit to a number of sites, has spoken to a number of stakeholders, has looked at the information that's available, as well as intelligence and data that has been made available to us about what is happening in this country, and it's quite alarming. And so we felt that it was important that we hold this hearing as a starting process. And from here, we will have a series of hearings that will continue as we delve deeper into this sector to find out what is really happening. We would like to start with the state entities that have been created to protect and promote PNG interests. How are they performing? What are they doing? How can they improve? And what about those, say, in the political sphere? How can we improve? What can we do? Et cetera, et cetera. This is not a finger-pointing exercise. I just want to make that clear. We're not accusing any particular organization or individual, but what we're trying to do is find out what's happening, what's going on, what's going wrong. After 50 years, there should be a great reset, and those of us that are in charge of parliamentary committees, which are mandated to be the voice of the people of Papua New Guinea, eyes and ears, separate from executive government, independent of executive government, we are responsible for making this effort. So I want to thank my fellow colleagues for making the time available, especially during this very busy part of the year. And without further ado, we'll commence. I noticed that some of our regulatory agencies are here, and I thank you for coming, making the effort. We've asked MRA, Mineral Resource Authority. We've asked Bank of PNG. We've asked Customs. We've asked Central Bank. We've asked the IRC. We've also asked Immigration, and we've also asked Labor and SEPA, the Environment Protection Authority, all of whom play a role in this sector, very important role. Then we've also asked members of industry to turn up and give their thoughts. They're right there in the forefront of all these activities, and they can tell us exactly what's going on, their observations, their opinions, etc. We're also fortunate to have the presence of the Gold Council, the Artisanal Gold Council in Papua New Guinea, represented here by Dr. Kevin Telma. And Sean, I apologize, I forgot your surname. Polor. B-O-B-L-O-R-E.
Yeah.
My apologies, Sean. So they will be giving us a very in-depth report on the state of artisanal gold mining in the world and focusing in on what's happening in Papua New Guinea and how that relates to what's happened in other parts of the world, et cetera, and the dangers that we as a nation face if we don't take stock of what's happening, arrest the trend, and get back on track. Apparently, according to, and I won't steal your thunder, Dr. Telmo, but he will give us an analysis of how the industry was running in Papua New Guinea since independence, and it was very refreshing to hear that this was a well-managed sector. The artisanal or alluvial gold mining sector was very well managed, and stakeholders were largely happy and operating very well until recent times. So, thank you very much. Without further ado, I think we'll start with MRA. I believe MRA is here. Steve Nekitel from MRA. The Managing Director advised that he could not be here. He had been directed by the Prime Minister on a very urgent matter to do with Wafi Golpu, so he's heading to attend to that, and he asked if he could send his second in charge, and hence he sent Mr. Nekitel, who's worked with the MRA for many years, and he'll explain exactly what his role is and inform us where we're going. So please make yourselves comfortable. The media are here, this is live, telecast live. Members of my committee will jump in at any time and ask questions that they feel need to be asked. And again, this is not a finger-pointing exercise. This is an effort to try to understand what's happening and what we can do to correct things that are going wrong. Thank you very much. Mr. Nekitel, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman, Honorable Gary Jufa. My name is Stan Nekitel. I've been registrar for the Mineral Resources Authority since its establishment, and prior to that as well in the Department of Mining. Yeah, well, you know, I've been working for the department for almost 30 years. Apologies from the MD, is not able to be here because he's attended to another related meeting relating to Wafi Golpu, so with the PM, so he's not able to be here. I'm sitting in on MRA's behalf. Now, the alluvial sector is a very critical sector. It's a big sector in the country, especially it involves majority of our grassroots people, villagers. So in the last 15 years, in the peak of alluvial production, it produces about 120,000 ounces of gold. And also at its peak, it generates about 650 million kina at its peak. But that has dwindled. It's gone down to, in 2023, so the lowest. It generated 40,000 ounces of gold, which bring in about 120 million kina. So that's the lowest that we have gone down in 2023. There's a lot of factors that can be considered that has brought the price and brought the production down.
Mr. Nekitel, can I interrupt? Could you just give me those figures again, please?
Okay, at its peak in 2020, it produces 120 ounces of gold, which brings in 650 million kina in revenue. That, yeah, it has dwindled to 2023 it produces 40,000 ounces of gold. That brings in up to 150 million kina. MRA, we are the regulator of the law We don't create law, Parliament creates law. We just regulate the law as it is. The law that we are mandated under the under the MRA Act 2018, as amended, enables us to regulate the Mining Act 1992. Now, aspects of regulating the alluvial sector are all captured in that law, Mining Act 1992. We still regulate the Mining Act 1992. As you all know, the revised act is a bill now that's, I think, before Parliament. Only if the department was here, they should be able to update us on the progress. But currently, the formalized permits or permits that are issued, there are two types of permits that are issued for alluvial gold mining. One is AML, alluvial mining lease, and the other is ML for alluvial mining purposes. AML are restricted under the law to landowners only. You have to be a landowner, or you have to be a clan landowner to be eligible to apply for and obtain a mining, alluvial mining lease. For mining lease, you don't necessarily have to be the landowner. You can be a national applying for any land in Papua New Guinea to do alluvial mining lease. You can also do it in a joint venture arrangement with foreign investors. So if you're engaging with foreign investors, it has to be in the ratio of ownership of the lease, in the ratio 51% in favor of a national and 49% in favor of a foreign investor. So that's the law, which we regulate. Anyway, we have a lot of challenges in the sector. We have identified 8 major challenges that we are faced with. I will name them and also discuss what initiative that we have tried to commence to try to arrest the challenges that are faced in the sector. Number one is compliance challenges. Compliance with the law. We understand that a lot of our people are illiterate, but they're engaged in the sector. Reading and understanding the law is a challenge, very big challenge. How it applies to them, how it regulates, how we regulate them in that space. It's a challenge, big challenge. We have realized that mitigating that, we have the mining school in WOW, School for Small-Scale Alluvial Miners, which trains people in all aspects of engagement in the sector, regulatory, as well as technical mining, processing, business. Also, we have a section there that trains people or advises them, trains them, and how they can get engaged in sustainable business and so forth. But the Act actually regulates from issuance of permits to production. So we are limited there. Beyond production, commercialization, we don't have a part to play. So that's challenge number one that we are faced with. Number two on my list here is illegal mining. It has become rampant recently. We have a lot of illegal mining happening. We try to identify by, main issue that we face is that capacity. MRA is an authority, but it follows the public service procurement process, recruiting people. So we have vacancies, we try to get people in to fill. Our packages may not be convenient to a lot of them. They eventually refuse. And we have to go through the process of recruitment again. So this is a challenge to us. Procurement, advertising, shortlisting, interviewing, making offer refused, you go through the whole process again. It's public service process. So we have manpower issue in trying to enforce the law, try to pull people who are doing illegal mining into line to follow the process, follow the law. Recently we have advertised, made an advertisement on paper to cap or stop for people engaged in the illegal activities to stop what they are doing and consult us and follow proper process according to law. We have now gone ahead to engage with law enforcers as well as immigrations to try to identify people. We're starting off in Waubulolo, identifying those that are doing illegal mining, and we at times use force to stop the activities, and then immigration stepping in to see whether they have the proper permits to be in country or not. If you're breaking the law, you're breaking the law. You shouldn't be permitted to stay in this country. Basically, that's what it is. So we're doing that now, but we're handicapped a bit. Again, as I say, manpower. We need legal guidance on a lot of our processes, prosecution, all of that. But we are attending to it. We were talking to embassy of one particular country that a lot of illegal mining is associated with people from their country. And we have embassy realized that those that were engaged in the illegal activity are from one part of certain province of that particular country, and a delegation, a government delegation from that country visited us, and we told them all about the law and activities that are going on, and they did talk to their citizens. So these are, some process that we try to do to, arrest the illegal activities, illegal mining activities, alluvial gold mining activities in the country. Another challenge that we face is gold smuggling. Everyone knows about gold smuggling. We know that, there are two channels: proper permitted gold exporters and other gold buyers. Now, the other gold buyers that don't have proper permits used to offer big prices. So we don't know how they are taking their gold out. But if you are buying at a high price, higher or equivalent to gold market price, you'll probably be taking it somehow out of the country. So our borders needs to be strengthened. Our borders needs to be strengthened. We go to align government agencies, land forces, to strengthen our borders so that, people don't smuggle these things out as and if when they want to. Benefit sharing. We have a lot of challenge in benefit sharing in terms of alluvial mining activities where our local leaseholders invite foreign investment into assisting them develop the leases. Negotiations were usually done by the foreign investors and forced on our illiterate people to just execute and give an effect to. In the long run, they may give money up front and people are happy signing, but at the end of the day, they realize that the money is gone, they don't have anything, the land is all mined out, they got nothing. So that's a challenge. We've tried to, outside of the law, in terms of benefit sharing arrangements, we'd like to see in law that the law sets some standard benefit rates on such operations. Obviously, it will depend on the cash flows and stuff, but if you're going to pay within 1 or 2 years your initial investment, why not set some laws where you revise agreements after 3 or 4 or 5 years to increase benefits to landowners. Currently, we've tried to make it's not in law, but MRI has tried to enforce on such arrangements, tribute arrangements, or joint venture arrangements, that the minimum you can benefits to the landowners should be around 20%. If it's below that, it may not be fair because one person may own the lease, but he's holding the lease on behalf of the clan. It's a lot of people to share with. Okay, that's what benefit sharing. Technicalities of regulatory requirements is a challenge. The law requires for you to put a business proposal, for you to write up a joint venture or tribute agreements, for you to put in a compensation agreement. All these are more technical in nature. So the challenge with our people, because they're illiterate and they don't know the law well, they cannot write proper proposals in that. So they end up letting whoever the JV partner is write it for them, and usually it's in their beneficial interest. So that's the technicalities. We are also teaching, training people on technicalities of those documentation in our alluvial mining school in WOW. We'd like people to engage in alluvial mining. You have to be trained. You got to know all aspects of the regulatory requirements as well as the technical aspects of it. So we will be looking at reviewing the curriculum we have, identify gaps, to try to cover all aspects of the business in the curriculum that we train people. We used to train people or alluvial miners in Wa'abulolo. Another aspect is funding non-availability. It's a big challenge for us. That's why we're getting in investors, because we don't have the capacity, financial capacity, to start alluvial mining activities. Because you need machineries, and machineries cost a lot of money. So if you don't have that money, you fall prey to the investors who have the money. So that's something that the government will have to look at. Creating avenues where soft loans of that sort can be sought by our grassroots people who wish to get engaged in the alluvial sector. Land and resource ownership, we know, is a challenge because the law says otherwise. The law says the state owns the resource. Any resource, any earth resource, on land, in the water, everywhere else, the state owns that for the good of the state, the government, and its people. Does not bestow the rights to minerals on landowners. We have a policy that has been endorsed by NEC, I think, in 2021, that says that resource, alluvial gold, alluvial resource belongs to the people, but that has yet to be translated into law to be given effect to by the MRA. It's a challenge there. People talk about, my resource, but the law does not say that. We regulate the law that says that the state owns the resource. So I think that brings me to the end of the challenges that we are faced with and what we try to do to mitigate some of these issues that are faced. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you, Sam. Members of the panel may ask any questions that they feel is necessary for further enlightenment. From myself, Sam, just curious, the mining school that you used to run or you ran up in Wau, how much does it cost to run that school per year? And are you still getting the funds from your budget requirements or requests to fund those activities up there?
The school was established by the European Union 15 years ago. I think after 5 years it was transferred to MRA to fund wholly. So MRA is funding the operations of the school at the moment. I need to give you the figures. It's not in my head at the moment, so I'll find out the cost of running that school and we'll get back to you.
Thank you. Because we will be having a series of hearings, this is just the beginning of this journey. So that would be very important because I think that's a very important effort by MRA to help educate our alluvial miners or those in the industry. So that would be useful. And if also you could condense what you have stated to us into a written, document that you can present. It's interesting to hear that from your opening remarks, gold prices have gone up, but what you're telling us is that gold production appears to be going down based on the figures here we have about the exports going out. It's unusual that in this country where we have substantial volumes of alluvial gold everywhere, the industry is recording a drop in exports. So I would suggest that would be, or I would assume that that's what is legally recorded or recorded as legal exports. You have any comments in regards to that?
All leaseholders are required to report their production to the MRA on Form 25. Form 25 applies to those leaseholders with mining leases. You're required to report every month on production. Now for AML holders, you don't need to report every month, but you keep record of your production. You keep record of your production, and at the end of the year, you submit a complete written report with the statistics of your production, including value, meaning that we also ask for receipts to see how you're selling your gold and stuff like that. Either to gold buyers or to whichever ways means, yeah.
Just to clarify, Mr. Neketel, the level of mechanized mining and the level of investment in mechanized mining in the past 5 years has actually been considerable, more than any time in the past in the alluvial mining sector. Now, this significant investment in mechanized mining has somehow not translated into higher production. And hence, I think that's what the chairman was alluding to. Do you have any mechanism to audit all of these mechanized mining operations? Is there any mechanism that's currently in place? For example, how reliable is the information that we receive from these these mining operators that are working in partnership with our landowners. If they are investing significantly, and we know the investment is still increasing, and the information tells us that production is going down, it's not increasing in line with the level of investment, then obviously logic suggests that there's something not right. And you know, given the figures that you've told us, we're at peak, our small holder producers, and this is before the start of the investment, before the start of the mechanized investment from interest, production was at 120,000 ounces. We have all this investment in the last 5 years, and then production suddenly drops to 40,000 ounces. It's not correlating with the investment. So I'm coming back to this one. Do we have a mechanism that checks all of these mining investors, particularly in alluvial mining? Obviously, in your hard rock area, you've got systems there that collect the information for you from Oktedi, Pogra, and Lihir, and perhaps other smaller mines. But do you have anything in the alluvial mining sector that checks these mechanized mining operations in the alluvial sector, if they are actually reporting correctly or not?
No. Based on the fact that we have a capacity issue, I'd like to see the MRA has a compliance team that goes out if there is a question on the reports that we get, we suspect that something is not right. The compliance team will have to check on the ground. We just don't have the capacity to do that. We just, at times...
Does the MRA have any intention to put in such a mechanism?
We have an intention to do that. We have a restructure coming up. And
how long is that going to take?
I cannot give you an answer right now.
Is it going to take 1 year, 3 years,
maybe 1 year,
10 years?
Yeah. It's,
you see where my questions are going. We are going to miss this opportunity, and already we've lost 5 years or so, where it's quite evident that something is not right in the sector, and we are getting lots of complaints from our own people who say that they are victims in these arrangements. Well-meaning, you know, the arrangements are well-meaning, but as you put it yourself, our people are not highly educated to understand what's happening. But we are educated enough to understand that the level of production should follow the level of investment. In this case, it's going in the opposite direction. So we know something is wrong. And the question is, as one of the responsible agencies, perhaps in terms of mining, you are the responsible agency. How quickly can we mount up an effort to ensure that the reports are done correctly, one, that our people are treated honestly and fairly, and such a mechanism, you know, what would it cost? Because at the end of the day, yourself as the agency responsible for mining, if you have a capacity issue, this speaks to the mandate of this committee. This committee is a public sector reform committee, and this committee recognizes that there is a huge gap in the capacity to police the alluvial mining sector, and hence these inquiries have been put together to respond to the very serious concerns of our people. As you know, I think there's been a couple of deaths already where our people have taken the law into their own hands. They're dissatisfied with the services provided by their government in ensuring that their interests are protected. And our people are taking the law into their own hands because we are not, by we I mean you, your agency, has not responded quickly enough. And it comes back to this concern I have. If you are going to mount an intervention to resolve these very serious concerns that our people have, but not just our people, for me, you know, speaking on behalf of the state, if the state owns this gold, as the law says, then someone is cheating us out of what the state is rightfully entitled to under law. So again, my serious concern about the speed at which I think you should be moving as the regulatory authority. So if I may suggest to you on behalf of the chairman and the committee that your agency takes a serious look at this, and we've got a budget coming up. I know funds are scarce across the country, but if we are going to, talking about an 80,000 ounce per year loss in gold production, that's pretty serious. I don't know what 80,000 ounces is worth these days. What's the price? $5,000 US an ounce? Where is it sitting? 3,700, thank you, sir, dollars an ounce. So that's over $240 million that is missing, and that has been missing for the last 4 years. And that's a serious deficit. Any country would be jumping up and down and be serious about how we intervene. So my suggestion to you is to talk to Mr. Gary, and all of you get these numbers together in terms of these losses, which are your own numbers that you've provided to the committee, and make an urgent application to Treasury that this is a matter that needs to be prosecuted urgently. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Governor Byrd. Mr. Neketel, I think the questions are very straightforward. If you could prepare some responses to those. You can speak, obviously, and answer some if you can off the top of your head, but some written responses would be good. Indeed, it's very alarming that this is happening. Did this ring any alarm bells at all in your organization? Like, does your organization have an entity that would say, we're looking at these figures and we're very concerned that something's not adding up, so we're going to send a team to find out what's going on? Was that a consideration ever by your organization? And if so, then do you think it's a capacity issue? Does your organization have analysts, investigators, people who are qualified to go out there and find out what's happening? With, what's happening in the world is that the gold price is shooting and continuously, breaking records. And production is evident everywhere you care to look. Wherever there's alluvial gold activities, there is every man and his dog is out there panning away somewhere. So there's more people involved. Then there's mechanized mining. Then we have very credible intelligence. You can see it. You don't, need to just hear about it. If you take a trip to, say, Bulola Wow, for instance, or anywhere where there's alluvial mining, you can see foreign entities involved. So this tells us that there is a huge flurry of activity, but as you yourself have pointed out, production has dropped, and as Governor Byrd has stated. So just very quickly, Mr. Neketel, does your organization have within itself a capacity to analyze this information and react? And if not, then why not? Is it a funding issue? What are your thoughts? I'd just like your thoughts on that.
We rely on reports that we get, but we should have the capacity to follow on the reports. If we know that something is not right and report does not correlate or equate to what actually activity on the ground in that, it's our duty to go and check to make sure that people are reporting honestly and correctly. We regulate from permitting to production. Post-production commercialization of valuable minerals is the responsibility of the bank, central bank. So we assist in providing stats on the production, but when it comes to permitting exports, the bank takes over that responsibility. So we do collaborate with the bank to try and check gold, authorized gold exporters to make sure that, what they produce for export, they do not conceal things in their exports, all of that. I think it really has to do with our borders and its tightening. To check properly, there's a lot of compromising, I would say, that allows these materials to get through our borders. So that, again, as I say, exporting, commercialization is the responsibility of the bank. We don't permit that. We just assist to make sure that, activities leading up to that are done properly according to our law.
Mr. Nikitel, sorry for interrupting. Does your organization have enforcement capabilities, say, to carry out an investigation and prosecute? So, for instance, we've got organizations that are lodging these reports. Now, it's common knowledge that a lot of organizations are not giving you the right information or, factual information, because it's also common knowledge that there's a lot of illegal exports taking place, smuggling, if you will. In fact, I think just not too long ago, Customs intercepted a significant volume of gold that was about to be smuggled out. And I want to put on note here that we have MRA Central Bank as well as Customs here. The other organizations that we asked to turn up that have not turned up are the Labor Department, Migration, and the Environment Protection Authority. So we will be sending notices, but since this is a public hearing, I want to mention this so that the people of our country know that these organizations, for whatever reason, have not bothered to turn up. They are also very important players in this industry. Mr. Negatel, we're going to have a conversation and continue. We're starting to see that what you're basically telling us is that your organization doesn't have the capacity. That's what we're starting to conclude here. We'd like to hear from the central bank. And the central bank here is, actually, it's a segment of the central bank known as FASU. Am I correct? Mr. Onea here is representing that organization. And they were given a separate invitation, so they've come as FASU. So again, we also note that central bank, who had been given the invitation, have not turned up, which is unfortunate because, as you have mentioned, they're the organization that we'd really like to hear about or hear from. After that, we will hear from Customs as well. They've sent one of their senior officers here, and he can also give us an explanation. But members, if there's any further questions of Mr. Nekitel, please feel free to ask.
Chairman, I have some questions. Mr. Nekitel, good morning to you.
Morning, member.
All right, I'm from the Bulolo area. So my question, I think some of the questions are from my constituents that that needs to be cleared. Firstly, I would like to ask about the land, especially about the land tenure system. All right, as you know, Bulolo area is it's not a new district. It's in an existing mining area. So we have mining lease. Not only mining leases during the colonial area, but we also have agricultural leases and conservation leases, and also urban development lease and all this. And in recent times, because of the high price of gold or whatever it is, there's a high activity of mining taking place, small-scale mining taking place. And now people are applying for leases on those agricultural leases and conservation leases over that area. My questions are, can alluvial mining lease AML or a mining lease for alluvial purpose ML can be given over an existing lease, like an agricultural lease or a conservation lease?
Thank you, member. As I mentioned earlier, we regulate the law. In the law that we regulate, the only lease that the minister responsible should be consulted is the land reserved under the Lands Act by the minister responsible. That's the only lease that's made reference to in the law. Apart from that, all other leases can coexist. Mining leases can be issued over agricultural lease or vice versa, for different purposes, of course. You don't get an agricultural lease to do mining. You get an agricultural lease to do agriculture. Okay? You get a mining lease to do mining. Resource is owned by the state. State issues leases for the purpose of mining minerals, not for agriculture. So leases can coexist, member. Yeah. For SIPA, yes, the SIPA conservation areas in Wau and Bulolo have been exhaustively converted into mining areas. So the specific purpose for SIPA should be here to explain this, but SIPA will have to advise. We have a SIPA rep sitting on our Mining Advisory Council that advises the minister on grant or on issuing of the lease or not to issue leases. So they are the ones that advises whether we can issue leases on conservation areas or not. So they are always consulted when the Mining Council sits to deliberate on mining lease applications, whether on SIPA conserved areas or not. So we listen to their advice on that. We know from SIPA there's a conservation area which I think should really be de-gazetted. You have to gazette a conservation area to make it effective. This specific area in Wau Bulolo is still active, but the purpose for which the conservation area or license or permit has been issued no longer serves the purpose. It is, I think, for the local pine trees or something. There's no longer, fires have destroyed the pine trees and there's nothing existing at the moment. So it's taken over by alluvial miners and most of them doing illegal. So the place has been turned upside down with alluvial mining. Thank you, member.
Okay, further to that. So an agriculture lease and a mining lease can coexist. Now, who will mine in that? Any other person, or the person who has the agriculture lease can mine on that?
AML's alluvial
For
mining.
ML.
For ML, the applicant. If the applicant, whoever the applicant is, it can be any national. Does not necessarily mean the agricultural leaseholder. Any national can apply for and obtain a mining lease for alluvial mining.
Over that agriculture
Over
lease.
that agricultural lease, yes.
So
Different purposes. There's compensation provided for in the Mining Act. Now, if your trees are damaged or land, whatever is damaged, you can resort to compensation. Compensation is there, provisions provide for compensating for loss of revenue or loss of whatever commercial trace there is.
okay, I'm trying to ask a question related to lands, but hopefully you can be able to answer that. It's some agricultural leases there over 99 years. So like they say it goes back to the state. Is that true?
I wouldn't answer you there. If it's an agricultural lease, for mining lease I can answer.
Does it go back to the original customary landowners, or it goes back to the state, the title or whatever it is?
My understanding is it becomes it reverts back to the customary. I don't know. The lands people will have to advise,
All right,
provide advice for that.
so it can, when we ask the lands secretary, he'll be able to answer. Okay, my other question. So we have the alluvial mining lease for customary landowners and mining lease for any Papua New Guineans.
Correct.
For alluvial mining lease, how do you verify if the person who applied is a customary landowner? what sort of process you have in place to verify if that person applied is a customary landowner?
Okay. In applications, there are certain things that are considered when a customary landowner or anyone lodges an application for permitting, processing and permitting. One thing that we check for is evidence of, for AMLs, we check for evidence of land ownership. Because the law says AMLs are reserved for landowners.
Mm-hmm.
So we check for preliminary checks, we check for evidence of land ownership. Do you have a certificate of land registration? If you don't, then there's we resort to, provided for in law as well, we resort to a statutory declaration. Now, statutory declaration is a court document. You declare in the courts or witnessed by a commissioner of oaths that what you're saying is true. You are a landowner to be eligible to apply for the mining lease on the land that you own. We check for those two things. You know, I know I don't have evidence, but once you read through the applications, you will know that certain things can be falsified. I know that a lot of statutory declarations have been falsified. But as a regulator, we go by face value of whatever documentation that is placed in front of us.
So you can confirm that there is an issue with in terms of verifying the true customary landowner of that AML. That process can be improved.
I think it can be improved. It needs to be put to the people that you got to follow the law. I mean, you cannot falsify statutory declarations, but you go to court and court assists you in producing that falsified documents. You see, these are the challenges that exist in our country.
So we recently have we are reviewing the Mining Act. Have you contribute or make any amendments to that act to make sure that the process is correct in law?
We make some recommendations in there, but the department, the MPGM, they're supposed to be here to explain. They're the ones responsible for making laws, mining-related laws, drafting laws. We did review the bill and we did make our comments. Certain things that we think needs to be strengthened in law, we have made contributions towards that. It's really for them to, take it in and put it into the draft bill that comes to Parliament.
Thank you. So for AML and ML, alluvial mining lease and mining lease for alluvial purpose, should AML mechanized mining be involved in AML? AML can be, you can use an excavator or walking. You're supposed to make an alluvial mining lease. Can we use excavator and to dig up the land, or we just have to use the the normal rudimentary process?
Now, going back to the law, in law it says mechanized mining. If you want to engage in mechanized mining, you have to have a proper issued permit, AMLs or MLs. It does not break down the different levels of the mechanized activity for AML or for ML. Okay. It just says mechanized mining. So if you're using machines to mine, you got to have leases to mine.
Okay, so you can use mechanized mining in both AML and ML.
I think generally it's captured in law, yeah.
I think, are you not sure?
Well, it's captured in law as mechanized mining.
Okay.
So mechanized mining, you have to have permits. There's no specific level of mechanized activity for alluvial mining or for mining lease. So it says If it's mechanized mining, you got to obtain proper permits. AMLs, again, is reserved for landowners. MLs, anyone can do.
Okay, for just one question, based on your earlier information, you say we have 51% and 49% benefit sharing between leaseholder and developer, your partner. That's in law. So, but in tribute arrangement, that's formed a tribute arrangement, or it does not cover the tribute arrangement.
Okay, the 4951 in favor of any national, it's ownership or equity participation. Equity, you have an equity in a project, you fund it. You fund it as per your equity holding in the project. So 4951 talks about ownership. I can own the lease, I own it 51%, and a foreigner owns it 49%. Okay, but when it comes to, you have to fund your ownership of the project to participate in the benefits. If you don't have the capacity to fund your equity, then tribute arrangement is considered. So you have a separate agreement with whoever it is that is funding the activity for benefit sharing purposes. Okay, you don't contribute anything to the development. I said yeah, that's where the 20% I mentioned comes in.
Okay.
Yeah. You can negotiate down to 20%. If it's below that, we will say it's not equitable, it's not fair to the whoever the leaseholder is, who then shares with the community or so. Tribute arrangement is where the benefit sharing is agreed to. Okay, it's an agreement, joint venture agreement, tribute agreement. You pass on your rights to another person to mine your lease, but it's going to put up the funding and capital. So he has the right to negotiate for a deal that will settle his investment cost and all of that, and then depends on, it is a negotiable thing. You go to negotiate and come up with an agreement. You don't negotiate, then it won't be fair. But you see, because of money up front, people just getting money because they want money. You know, they blindly are misled by whoever the investor is, writing up JV mining agreements. May not be fair, but you know, when we assess that, it is approved separately. So once we assess that, we see that percentage is not equitable. Or we say, go and revise, do it again, do it properly, so that you know there's fair benefits to the local landowners or leaseholders.
Okay, this is another question about the warden hearings. Now, several of my constituents say that they have strongly argued against the issue of mining lease to the applicants, but most often their arguments are not being considered, and there's no response from MRA with regards to their arguments. They've made written arguments to not to issue mining lease to that particular applicant, but MRA has not listened to them and actually not responded to them, giving reasons why they have not, listened to their arguments. So is MRA liable, or is MRA supposed to respond to those who object against mining lease in a warden hearing?
Response to objections are not required under the law. The council is created or mandated to consider objections. So the objections that needed clarification or needed to be responded to, we try and respond as regulators. Otherwise, all objections are considered by the Mining Advisory Council when the applications come up for considerations for the minister's determination. Considerations by the council and minister determines whether to grant or refuse. But the advice comes from Mine Advisory Council. One of the mandate is to look at objections, whether it has merit or not. Usually meritorious objections are considered. A simple objection, I don't like you, I like this other person. You know, mining is a national, is of national significance in the country. You all know, mining contributes a lot towards the economy of this country, so it takes, it's given that special recognition as an activity of national interest. So objections has to have merits. I don't like you because I like this other investor. Would like to promote an industry that has let's say there's a playing field that's equal to all, so that we're not biased against investment in the sector. If we, listen to some of these objections because, I like this one, I don't like that. There's a potential of killing investment in the sector, so we got to be fair in everything that we do. Yeah.
Yeah, but that merit or not, that should be communicated to the people who object. The thing is, they are kept in the dark. They don't know why their objections are not being listened to, or they need to be responded. So, is there any way we can improve on that? If their objection has no merit, we should advise them why we have not considered their objections. Is MRA in a process to advise they waste time to go to the wording hearings, they waste time to write that objection, but they have not received any response from MRA why their objections are not being heard. That's a two-way thing. So are you considered any way you can respond to their objections, why you have not considered their objections, keep them informed.
Yeah, objections that we feel that, there's lack of maybe some understanding about the law and stuff like that, we try to respond and put them at a space where they can understand. Otherwise, general objections goes to the council, as I said, but we're not compelled by law to respond to objections.
Can you make change to the law so that you can compel to the law to respond? This is a consultative constitution we are in. So if people object, they need to be informed. Can you make changes to the law so that any objections to any ordinary, because I'm customary, I'm ground long only. Or less law, or to one you must wine receive him. This la talk long, please. Can you make changes to the law? I mean, recommend so that we can make changes to the law. See, I understand that.
I know that. We'll take
you.
it in, and the bill is still there. I think we got to consider holding on to it a bit. So certain things like what's raised now can be captured in law.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, last one from me. You mentioned that you have capacity issues. You're looking for funding to put in recruit staff and all this. Now, we DDAs and provincial governments, we are signing MOU with the Cocoa Board, CIC, Coffee Industry Corporation. I'm wondering, is MRA and SIPA signing any MOU or MOA with DDAs and provincial governments to delegate some functions to them to perform at you are far down at Waigani. And we are with the people on the ground. We know what is happening. The local level government know what is happening at the ground level, the provincial government, the DDAs. Have you signed any understanding with any DDAs or any provincial government to delegate some of your functions to them?
No, we have not, member. Certain provincial governments have established desks within the administration to have an officer there or people there to coordinate between them and ourselves, the ministry, on mining matters. So it's initiative taken by its provincial government. Really, we we are not. We are established by the MRA is established by the separate act. It would be good if that act is also considered for review, so that to look at establishing the concern that you have raised for MRA to have officers. We have liaison officers, but we don't have specific officers with provincial governments to look at mining matters, and a lot of issues arise anyway. It's good to have districts, but to have officers in districts. But as I said, it's an initiative the provincial governments take it upon themselves to establish the mining office within the provincial administration.
Yeah, I understand, but we currently have patrol officers at local level government, and even officers, public servants already existing in provincial government and districts and local level government. So it will be good to utilize them instead of waiting to recruit new people. Some of the functions can be delegated to them to play at that role level. Now they are all folding their hands together and looking for MRA to play that role. And MRA is looking to recruit staff. So that partnership can happen. I think you should consider that. And Wawaria, we actually wrote a letter and approached you guys to have that partnership, so that there's some roles that we can play, because it is really affecting us at the at the district level and NLG level. So we would really like want a partnership, so some of the functions we can play at that level to, especially for environment purpose. All digging gold there, or him ground, or no dispose him western or diverting water about come back up him road. This sort of things, you are far up there and you cannot play that role down there. So those sort of things that we would like up. So I'm also concerned for me, if you can consider that, and we can have some sort of partnership at the local level government or provincial or DDA level, so that some of those things you can delegate that functions to us. Thank you. Just for your consideration.
I take note.
Chairman, that's all from me. Thank you.
One final comment. Given your 30 years of experience in this particular role in your organization, obviously you would have a wealth of experience for us in the country. So considering that, and given the concerns that the committee has just raised for your attention, as you know, for me, I'm concerned that there's about approximately $300 million worth of gold that seems to be missing, that we can't identify as a country. We can't identify what's happened to this gold. So given your 30 years experience, I would suggest that you're one of our experts. What would you suggest to this committee in terms of what we can do to help improve this situation, not just for our alluvial miners and our landowners, but for the country as a whole, given your wide scope of experience in the sector? And you don't have to answer now if it's a very big question. You can take note and perhaps submit to us something in writing that we can incorporate as part of our report. We're not just here to ask you questions, we're also here to to draw from your significant experience. So if I may say that in closing. Thank you, Mr. Negatel.
Chairman.
Governor Ipatas first, and then Governor Powie next with your comments. And then we can move on to the central bank. With the central bank, I believe we have Mr. Onea from FASU, and we also have Mr. Ogomeni, who's with the intelligence section of the organization. So it would probably be good to have you up here so you can give us your insights. But in the meantime, I'll hand over to Governor Ipatas and Governor Powie soon after, so that they may ask their questions, and then we'll wrap up with MRA and move on to central bank. Thank you. Governor Ipatas, please. Governor Rufina Peter will start first, and then Governor Ipatas, and we'll wrap up with Governor Poi.
Thank you. So my question is a bit similar to what Governor Bird has said, but specifically for the alluvial mining sector. So we were actually pleased to hear that as a country we have led in some areas in alluvial mining, and specifically in the area of the trainings that we conduct in WOW area, but also in terms of the practices at that time in those years. And obviously we now see that those practices have declined over time. Best practices have declined over time, and with it some of the consequences that we see at the moment and we're discussing here. And so I guess my question is really about, given your number of years and experience within the mining sector and within MRA, if you had to look at prioritizing the challenges that face the sector at the moment, especially for alluvial mining, I mean, taking into account the fact that this alluvial mining happens in areas that are so remote in this country, very remote parts of the country, where that is perhaps the most, the only reliable source of income for people in those areas, that live in those areas. So having said that, and given your experience, years of experience in the mining sector, if you had to prioritize all of the issues or challenges that we see affecting, especially the alluvial mining community, what would you put as the topmost priority? And in terms of the reforms that are happening, what is MRA proposing in terms of the reforms to address that challenge? Thank you.
I would say we just have to build the capacity with in-house to able to adequately address these activities. Capacity to get out there in the field, you know, and there's report of illegal activities and such. MRA should respond quickly. Currently, we have officers that are ad hocly called upon to go and enforce or investigate and enforce. We should have a special group of people within the institution that enforces compliance with the law. You know, if issues arise, we should be able to be there on the spot, investigate, find out what's going on, and put a stop to that. Currently, people are pulled from different areas of the MRA put together to try to investigate, and it does not work because they have other responsibilities as well, and priority is given to their duty statements and stuff like that, what they need to do. But it's an area, it's a big area that we really need to strengthen in-house to be able to respond quickly to instances of activities that are not, it's considered as not appropriate, not following the law.
Just as a follow-up question, would establishing a mechanism, if it doesn't already exist, where you have all of the key players, stakeholders in regulating the industry, if you had a mechanism comprising of members of these regulatory organizations, where you have regular meetings, would that be, if it's not happening now, would that be a useful strategy?
Sorry, Governor, come again. I didn't quite get you there.
So if you, I'm just, as a follow-up, I'm asking, if you currently don't have a mechanism that exists comprising of all of the regulatory organized key stakeholders in this space, that you have regular meetings to keep each other up to date on what's happening, would that be a useful strategy going forward?
It would. We receive, complaints, issues all the time, and we try to address it as a group in regular meetings and that. But again, current staff that we have are already overwhelmed with their own responsibilities. So, as I said, we can have a branch or a division that deals with compliance alone would go a long way in addressing a lot of the issues that I have raised, illegal mining, all this. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just want to ask you a couple of questions. Firstly, I think this, when we're talking about the alluvial mining industry, it is a very, very important sector in the country. Knowing that this sector can give opportunities to our small people. As government agencies and as leaders, our role is to ensure that our public, our people, actually benefit within our country. And given this situation, in the past, it's always alluvial mining has been reserved for citizens. Now, as somebody who's spent 30 years in this sector, I just want to ask you a personal opinion, which the government can seriously consider, is would you be able to, through MRA, be able to recommend that alluvial mining be left with our citizens only? That's the number one question. Number two, we realize that they're going into joint venture partners, joint venture arrangements in order to do some mechanized mining. Since you have an institution for training up in Wow, couldn't MRA take the challenge in trying to build up capacity for our own people to go to the next level, so we can leave out all these so-called investors coming in and actually raping us in all sectors in the country? So, we as citizens, we need to really look at how we are progressing. We seem to allow for others to come and just pick up anything they want in this country. So this is an industry that can be protected just for our citizens. So that's an opinion I got. But from your experience, if you see that this is the way to go, why should we not go ahead and make the appropriate amendments, put in the proper laws to ensure that this industry, which I believe can bring in a billion kina every year into the country, can be protected? Thank you.
Honorable Governor, thank you. Your first question about policy or law that bestows the right to alluvial minerals to landowners. As I mentioned, we are regulators. We regulate what's in law. The different ratio of ownership and benefits I've discussed. As it is, reserving the right to alluvials for landowners or nationals is currently, it's a policy matter. It's in policy. As I said, policy was endorsed by NEC in 2021 that reserves the rights to alluvial resource for landowners, but we regulate the law. That needs to be translated into law for us to give effect to that. As it is, it's not yet in law. Most of it is captured in the revised bill. That is, I think, before the Legislative Council or Parliament. I'm not too sure about that. The MPGM should be here to answer to that. But most of that policy is captured in the revised bill. So if it is passed by Parliament, it then can be given effect to by the regulators, by MRA. As it is, no gadget. The second part of the question there.
Sorry, I was just trying to say that if we don't have capacity, you already have a school up there, so you could actually upskill and also assist our local people to go to the next stage, capacitate them so that they can actually competently, actually take ownership of 100% of our resources.
Governor, that is correct. It's a lot of factors. Building capacity, in-house MRA. What we need to do is review the curriculum. The institution was established 15 years ago. The curriculum has not been reviewed, as I mentioned. We need to review that so that we identify gaps that we can improve on and capture areas that we think need to be captured to strengthen trainings for the people that are engaged in the sector. Yeah, that's what we need to do, review the curriculum to capture those. Yeah.
Thank you, Sam. Governor Powey, and perhaps if Governor Bird wants to make some remarks, then we'll wrap up.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll be quick. Just for passing comments for Mr. Nakitel to take note, and if you want to provide written report to the committee for our future resolutions to government, I think you can do that. Generally, first comment is that when government institutions become statutory body, we see need for those agencies, and we get into authorities so that they become at par with the industry. Petroleum, mining, and MRA is no exception. But from your presentation, you are being affected in the discharge of your duties in terms of efficiency and effectiveness as a normal government agency, government department. So I think generally we can come to some understanding that the purpose for which the mining department, through this transformation process on creating an authority, has not been fulfilled in its fullest and purpose. So these are very critical functions. If you are talking about capacity issues and some other functions that you are supposed to do are not being done, it raises a lot of alarm as to why governments have gone into making agencies of government to statutory authorities. Statutory authorities are supposed to be at par with the industry, providing effectiveness, efficiency in the leadership, in the discharge of the function. So that is first and foremost. I think for a greater interest, I'm beginning to understand here. Secondly, there was something in terms of your financial capacity to operate as an entity, to do those kind of things that you're talking about in terms of inspections, compliance, and some of these things, like levy and funding capacity. Do you have any under the authority MRA? You need to let the committee know of this. If not, are you being advised to look into it under your reform? That's important. You can't just sit back and say, oh, we have no capacity, so we allow the industry to function on its own in an increasing environment where men and technology and a lot of abuse are coming in. An appropriate agency of government cannot just sit back and watch these things happening in our nose. Secondly, or thirdly, can you, Mr. Nakito, without fear or favor, give us an honest opinion as far as the MRA is concerned as of today? Do you see that there is abuse recently over the last 4 years? Abuse, misuse, influx of illegal miners in this industry, and it's a growing concern for the independent state of Papua New Guinea for now and for the next 50 years and so? Or do you think we have done better in terms of regulatory management of the alluvial industry in this country? I think that will help us. You're the better person tasked with this duty to protect the country and our citizens.
On Governor, I take note of your two earlier statements or comments. For the third one, illegal activities, we know it's been promoted by people from a certain country, as I mentioned. We have talked to the embassies to try to educate the people on the need to follow laws of different countries that they're engaged in. We also have tried to implement the compliance bit, make sure that reported activities, illegal activities are attended to through advertisements in papers, and then follow on engaging with the law enforcement as well as immigration, see whether proper permits have been issued for the people entering the country and engaged in the sector. Law enforcers are just to enforce the laws and the penalties that relate to that, that's captured in the law, in the Mining Act. So we have started that. Activities reported from Wabulolo, certain activities have been inspected. Again, regulatory mechanisms, law enforcement mechanisms in place. Everything ends up in court anyway. So we know we have a lot of challenges in MRA, which I have mentioned and you have noted. We need, as I said, we need to really have an enforcement, compliance enforcement agency that can look into this aspect of the illegal activities and try to contain, try to address. So, yeah, that's the challenge on MRA, is to make sure that we have that capacity in-house to attend to all these activities that are not conforming to the law.
Okay, Mr. Nakito, just for the interest of the nation, do you think it is, according to MRA, an emerging issue, or it's a serious issue now that the country must deal with as a matter of national concern?
It has been emerging for some time, but now it's becoming serious. Given the low production and the low revenue from the sector, there's a drop in the last 3 years in the gold production and revenue from the sector. It's a serious issue that needs to be addressed by everyone concerned, including those at the borders, those at immigrations, the type of permits they issue, us at MRA having the capacity to go out there and arrest the activities, the illegal activities. So all institutions of governments need to, that have a part to play in this, needs to work together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Sam. I'll give to Mr. Narwek, who has one more question to ask, and then Mr. Bird, and then we'll wrap up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Mr. Nakitel, based on your years of experience, we have over these years issues and issues that you have, challenges that you have highlighted, and many from the industry have, in various forums, have called for, stakeholders in the industry have called for a separate act of Parliament, or a separate policy, separate legislation for small scale and artisanal mining in this country. Do you think that call is timely and valid, based on the challenges that you have listed in your presentation?
I think it is timely. Currently, the law that we have is able to manage, but to really get into it and discuss things like, benefit sharing, ownership, all these things, it probably would need, a legislation of its own. So I probably will put it back to the committee as this investigative whatever continues, probably maybe raise with the minister responsible and see if the department responsible for policy matters can take that into considerations and see whether we need to have a separate standalone legislation to manage the sector. Yeah.
Thank you. Also, I think the small scale mining industry is a very high risk industry, and they don't receive bank loans and all this, and that has been, and also they don't receive support from the DDAs, from the provincial government, in terms of financing the SME or operations. And that has been a call for the industry for so many years. Now, I read and heard that MRA is doing something to address that. Please, can you elaborate so that the rest of the stakeholders can hear about that?
Thank you, member. We know financing alluvial is a very risky business. It has high risk. You think that the resource is there in the ground, you may dig and dig and dig, waste all your money, and you don't get anything. So there's got to be some ways or practices that needs to be employed by alluvial mining applicants and alluvial mining people who actually take part in mining, alluvial mining. So MRA has tried to establish a code of practice. A code of practice is putting together certain processes into a written document so that we can assist our local miners to basically try to follow. It's technical. It's really technical thing. So we'd like to simplify it as much as possible, make it readable, understood by the miners, so we can follow certain processes put into place, try to guide them in the process of obtaining the permit and making use of the permits, mining and generating revenue. It all goes back to resource evaluation and all of these things. These are highly technical areas. So MRA has developed something we call a code of practice for alluvial miners. It's not yet, it's being trialed now. We are trialing it in Wau and Bulolo. Try the methods of sampling and mining processing to see if we could maximize the recovery, all of that. So it's it's all technical, a lot of technicalities of sampling especially. You got to establish a resource to make an activity become economically viable. If you don't establish a resource, you won't have a viable investment in whatever permits that you have applied for and obtained. Because alluvial gold is not like hard rock, where you can drill, and you identify a resource. Alluvial gold, they say in geology, they say it's erratic, meaning that here you find 5 gram or something, there you find 0.005 gram. It's not consistent. So there's a lot of risk involved there. So what we're trying to do is come up with some methods which is captured in the documentation we're trying to put together to assist alluvial miners to use to follow. At least bring something to the bank and say, look, this is our proposal, business proposal, give us the money. At least there's some systematic documentation of what they intend to do so that they can convince the bank to give them the money. Otherwise, ad hoc, you take it to the bank, no, bank don't risk money.
Thank you. I have this this idea or thought that we have some millionaires already in the small scale mining. Our issue is to mobilize them to reinvest their wealth into other small scale, upcoming small scale mining. So that's why those small scale miners, leaseholders don't have capacity going out to get in foreign investors or developers. But we already have millionaires already existing in the small scale mining. Now, which entity, government entity, because they already taken the risk in small scale mining, so they'll be able to take that risk to invest in other other small scale mining. So which entity should be responsible to mobilize those already well-to-do small-scale miners to reinvest again into those small-scale miners who don't have the capacity? Which entity, which government entity should be able to take that role to mobilize those small-scale miners? Should it be MRA? Should it be Bank of PNG? Should it be BSP? I mean, so should it be a provincial government? Please help us in this. Based on your experience over these years.
It is the responsibility of MRA. What we've embarked on is we have started to create cooperatives with our assistance of our officers in the business section of the small-scale mining branch in WOW. Try to mobilize people into cooperative societies. We have already talked to, and I think the national planning has been convinced that they can assist also. So they have allocated certain funds towards that. The intent is to mobilize people into working groups or societies that can have funds from the government channel through those societies to help them to, meet the cost of equipment and stuff like that, to mine and trial, which will be managed by MRA anyway in terms of technicalities of the business.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Stan. We'll move to Governor Bird. Thank you, Member for Wawaria.
Thank you, Chairman. Just in closing, and again, I'm just drawing from your responses to Governor Powie, and it seems to me that we have a serious issue, something that we can't wait 6 or 8 months or a year to deal with. So based on your response, I wanted to ask, what would your recommendation be? Because as you said, you know that the problem we face is from a group of people from one particular part, one particular country, from one particular province in that particular country. I think we also know that it is the same people from this particular province, from this particular country, that ended up ruining the environment of, I believe, West Africa, one of the countries in West Africa. And that African country has basically shut the door and thrown them all out of the country. And my understanding is this happened about 5 years ago. Now, I'm beginning to suspect that when these people were thrown out of West Africa 5 years ago, it's around the same time that we began to experience the problems. So I'm beginning to connect the dots between what you have said to Governor Powie, what's happened in West Africa, and it seems that we've inherited the problem, and these are the same people that ruined the alluvial mining sector in West Africa that are now in Papua New Guinea. So given that serious situation, what would your recommendation be to us as a committee? Because we need to stop it right away. In West Africa, they basically deported all of them. We see our good Minister for Immigration and Deputy Prime Minister already deporting a whole group of them. Given that we are losing $300 million a year, which is about 1.5 billion kina, based on the information that you supplied, and if we are losing 1.5 billion kina every year for the last 4 years, that's already 6 billion kina we've lost as a country to these people. I personally would like to see some serious actions in protecting our people, our landowners, protecting yourselves, because you don't have the capacity to deal with it. None of you have the capacity to deal with it at the moment. So would you go so far as to recommend to this committee to say, ban every single person that's coming from this particular province? We work with the government of that country to help us, and we get rid of every single one of them. If that is if we have to take the same decision that West Africa did, they've already set the precedent. So if we are going to do it, it's nothing new. Our people are unprotected right now. For the last 4 years, we haven't been able to protect our people. We haven't been able to close our borders. We haven't been able to stop $300 million worth of gold from somehow just miraculously disappearing from our country. So, would it be a recommendation? I know you are focused in the mining area. I'm more interested in the bigger picture. We can't do anything right now, and I want to take a shortcut to solve the problem. Would it be a recommendation that, first of all, and I know that immigration is not here, and I know that Labor Department is not here, as the Chairman has said, would it be a recommendation then to, first of all, refuse all permits, all entry permits from anyone from this particular province, from this country? Two, to start rescinding all the employment permits and entry permits for all of these people from this particular country, from this particular province, to save our country, to save our resources, and to save our people. What would you say to that, Mr. Nektab?
Hon Governor, what I would say is that, people that come into the country should have a purpose to be here. And purpose has to be genuine. They got to obtain proper permits and that to be in the country.
No, me understand. But you mi sabe pinis lo tok blow you yet. Or some you mi sabe or some this law main troublemakers you mi sabe pinis lo. You yet you talk. Lo neck blow you. So me kiss him neck blow you na me like ask him. You was man walk blow you. You know walk blow me. Walk blow me law. Support him you also government country na talk walk him. So me come back lo you know. You sabe pinis lo this law binatang no good. You saw finish. You mean no call him name blow straight, but you saw finish. How about me banishing more people blow me? Resources blow me, country blow me. How about me make it?
I would say, lawbreakers are not invited in this country. They got to go. They got to go. You break the law, you're not a, genuine, person to be in this country if you're not from here, if you're from overseas. So you break the law, you got to go. You don't need to stay here anymore. You got to go. You got to make sure that you get out of here.
Thank you very much. We will proceed. First, yes, we'll get there. What we will do is have a presentation by all of the state entities that are here. That will be starting with, before lunch, we will start with Central Bank, FASU, and then after lunch we'll go to Customs. And questions will be asked after the presentations are made, so in the interest of time. Thank you very much, Mr. Negatil. Just from my own observations, and one or two questions before we wrap up, I'm curious to know, your organization, does it collect a levy? Does it imposes a levy, 0.5%? Is that imposed by your organization? That's on production?
That is correct. That is correct.
How much do you make per year?
It's about 60 million, Kina.
You collect 60 million?
Yeah.
So your organization collects 60 million in levies.
Yeah.
What do you do with that money? What does your organization do with that money? That's a lot of money, 60 million.
That's a lot of money, yes.
And so you're now telling us you don't have the capacity to regulate, enforce the law, send inspectors, conduct investigations, yet you're saying you get 60 million a year? I'm curious to understand this. Please help.
We just need to look at, changing certain things, give effect the law that regulates.
Mr. Negatil, this question is very simple. What happens to that 60 million that your organization collects per year? That is the 60 million that you could use to recruit the people you need to carry out these activities. That's the 60 million that you could use to carry out the audits and inspections. For instance, we all know who the players are. We all know who they are. They are not hiding in foreign countries. They are here in plain sight. In fact, many of us here know their office section allotment number and how they're operating. So I'm curious to know how, with 60 million, you can't conduct a basic investigation, or your organization can't conduct an investigation into this. What happens to that 60 million? What does MRA do with that 60 million? Does it go back to the national government, or does MRA utilize it? Or a portion of it's retained by the national MRA? Help us understand this so we can help you.
It's used for the MRA's functions. We'd like to, with the
So, Mr. Negatil, very quickly, does MRA get budgeted funds? You request funding from the national government, and you get funds from the national government. Am I correct?
we get funds from the levy and the licensing fees.
Oh, okay, so your funding is exclusively from just the levy and
Levy
licensing.
and the license fees, yeah.
So you get no grants whatsoever from the
No,
national government?
no.
Oh, okay, that
But
makes
that's still
more
plenty of
sense.
money.
It is. It is. What's your staffing? What's the staffing level like? Your organization. How many staff on strength do you have?
On strength, 150.
150.
We need more.
Yes. And of this 60 million that MRA receives, what amount is apportioned for enforcement activities?
We may have the money, but we don't have the capacity.
When you say you don't have the capacity, I'm assuming you don't have the workers, you don't have the experience, skills.
Officers, yes.
Why is that?
Part of it is through the procurement process. We follow the public service procurement. It takes long.
Is
No.
DPM the problem? Let me just go straight to that.
Yeah,
Is
I
it
would think so.
DPM? You
I
have any
mean,
problems with DPM?
our process in procuring, we're following the DPM's process. So, when you arrive at trying to get somebody, he refuses because the offer is low.
Have you tried upgrading those positions? Again, I know it's a DPM function.
We need to look at that. We need to talk about that.
We need to look at it, or we need to do it?
Look at it to do it.
Looking at it can take a few years. We don't have a few years. Stand
Okay,
seriously.
okay.
Problem em stabia. All people blame me, but start killing all man about na. It's going to make us all look bad on the world stage because our agencies are not responding. So question blotemenia em stabia. Is DPM the problem? If we call DPM in here and set them next to you, would that help you in getting to the solution quicker? If we are asking them the question on your behalf?
Yeah, if the committee can raise it with him.
The committee will.
Okay.
So on notice, the committee will be also calling the Department of Labor, IPA, Migration, Police, IRC, to also turn up and explain why these committees or these organizations aren't working together to protect this very important sector for Papua New Guineans. From our very brief discussions here, first and foremost to the audience, to the people of Papua New Guinea, this is just the beginning of this journey. We have a long way to go yet. But we're going to be effective in delivering recommendations that we believe need to be taken up immediately. Members of this committee here are very serious about their work, and we expect that level of seriousness from those who also attend. MRA, it's obvious that there's a lot of work yet to be done. Your organization needs a serious restructuring. That's from my own experience, I can just see that straight away. It does not appear to have enforcement and prosecutorial capabilities. That's very important. You need to develop that immediately. These are your teeth that are supposed to be out there protecting the interests of Papua New Guineans, and we feel that you have not adequately developed them. It's the same with many authorities in the country, actually, that are charged with the responsibility of regulating and enforcing laws to protect PNG interests for, say, forestry, fisheries, MRA, minerals. And as pointed out by members here, the gates are wide open. We have all manner of characters coming to this country, most of whom are not genuine taxpayers, most of whom are not here to do what is right by our laws. And it's because we let them. It's because we let them. We're responsible. We're at the gates, we're at the doorway, and we're letting them come in here and do this to our people. Shame on us. So, having said that, Stan, thank you very much for your insight. This is an opportunity for you to also highlight the capacity issues that your organization faces and how we as a committee can help you. You've got some very credible members of the committee here who are going to make some strong recommendations that have to be taken up by executive government. Anyhow, having said that, we will proceed with the Central Bank. Central Bank, you'll just give us an update on your roles and responsibilities. I believe you are exclusively responsible for issuing licenses for exports. We've got intelligence here that tells us, gives us a very frightening figure from the data given by MRA, by the way, and comparing that with imports from PNG as reported to international trade data on UN Comtrade, credible statistics. And that data tells us, as an example, I'll just take 2 years. In 2021, 2.8 tons of gold were smuggled from PNG in 2021. In 2022, 2.3 tons of gold were smuggled from PNG. Very frightening statistics. What's happening? So, if the Central Bank, who is represented here by Mr. Edric Ogomeni with the Intelligence Division of the Central Bank, or Analysis Division, and Mr. Wilson O'Neill of the FASU branch. FASU stands for, Mr. O'Neill, you might help me.
Sure. Thank you. FASU stands for Financial Analysis and Supervision Unit, which is PNG's Financial Intelligence Unit. And I'm currently the director. I served as its deputy director for 7 years. I have close to pushing 20 years in the central bank, and I was also the founding person to establish FASU within the Bank of PNG. With me is Edric Ogomeni. So FASU has a structure that has 3 divisions, and one of those divisions under me is led by Edric, which is our intelligence branch. Our responsibility is mainly around money laundering and terrorism financing. So we look at intelligence, particularly in this area, for the purpose of this committee's hearing. But we also look at organized crime and crime syndicates, as well as money laundering and corruption, tax evasion as well. Governor and Chair, if I may correct you, we are not the licensing team. We are the intelligence team.
My apologies. I was saying that central bank has the responsibilities of licensing. Am I correct?
That's correct.
For gold exports.
That's right. So
Okay.
unfortunately, we do not have the gold export licensing team here, but it would have been
Head of
nice.
Secretariat, take note that the head of gold exporting license for central bank has failed to turn up, despite we having given them notice to do so. I think it's very important to highlight here that public servants who have been called to come and give witnesses statements in regards to their roles and responsibilities to the people of Papua New Guinea have to turn up and do exactly what they're expected to do and are paid to do. And so we take note of the fact that, again, Central Bank's gold licensing division, they have been invited, they have not turned up. So thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, and thank you, honorable members, for giving us the opportunity to come before you on this very important matter. It is of national importance. I must apologize that we received the notice very, very late over the weekend, but we scrambled to come. So we will take some questions on notice, and you can be guaranteed that we will give you a written response as well. This particular topic is of very big importance to us, and we have been quietly tracking this. I'm pleased to also inform that we commissioned a study on gold smuggling, and we are going to publish that report in the next few weeks. Basically to not only inform the public, but also our colleagues from other law enforcement entities as well, to pick up the game around what we can do to collaborate in order to try and minimize the impact of gold smuggling. Having said that, if you don't mind, if I can indulge in sort of giving you a background on what FASU does as a function.
Yes, please proceed. What we will do here, just very quickly, sorry for interrupting, is we will hear from you and Mr. Ogamani on the roles and responsibilities of the central bank in general. I know you can't speak specifically about certain divisions, but you can give a general overview of what the central bank does in terms of gold exports and enforcement, regulatory efforts that the central bank has or is supposed to have, capacity issues, etc. And then from there, we will then go to customs. I believe we have Mr. Ian Herring with customs. I used to work with Ian, so I know him very well. And it's good to have you here, Ian. And then Ian can give us a breakdown after lunch. But before lunch, we'll hear from Central Bank. And then after that, we'll break for lunch. Have lunch. Lunch will be just 15 minutes. And then Mr. Ian Herring can give us his thoughts. And after that, I believe we can have a presentation by Dr. Kevin, Telma, and Sean. And then we can ask questions as a panel and have a conversation. So please proceed, Mr. Onea. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So under the Anti-Money Laundering and Counterterrorism Financing Act, FASU is mandated to receive intelligence both from the public and from our reporting entities. So we only register reporting entities that are prescribed by the AML Act to register with us for the purposes of complying with the anti-money laundering obligations that the country is imposed to regulate under the mandate that we have. Apart from that, we have a licensing unit in the central bank that is responsible for licensing gold exporters. So they are a separate unit. FASU has that degree of autonomy in which we exercise our own powers, even though we report to the governor of the bank administratively when it comes to discharging the responsibilities for anti-money laundering and counterterrorism financing, that those powers lie with me as the director for FASU. So the licensing team does the licensing and the fit and proper into market entry purposes. It is highly desired that those two functions, FASU and the licensing team, must work hand in hand when it comes to conducting due diligence and fit and proper assessments of those individuals or entities that apply for licensing of gold exporters. And we do a fair bit of work with our licensing team in that space. That sector that is licensed is also required to be regulated or supervised for compliance purposes with what their obligations are as per the licensing conditions. Having said that, our role as the financial intelligence unit is to receive intelligence, package it, understand what are the predicate offenses identified through the process of analyzing the information that we gather, and then we disseminate those informations to law enforcement agencies. And our number one recipients are Customs, Immigration, the Police, RPNGC, and IRC for tax purposes. So almost on a very regular basis, those agencies of state would be receiving intelligence from us, and mostly the intelligence would be recommending for them to apply their respective laws to look into those evidence or intelligence that we have gathered for them, and to for them to apply their laws. And if there is any strong evidence that we have disseminated to them, we encourage for them to investigate, not only investigate, but prosecute those crimes. I must also make known here that FASU is not an investigative body, it's an intelligence gathering body. Its job is to package the information and pass it on to law enforcement to prosecute those crimes. Practically, it would be ideal if we had avenues in our legislation that allow us for direct prosecution, or in cases where we see intelligence that is very strong, we could recommend for asset forfeiture and confiscation to the state. So in the next year or two, those are some of the recommendations that we will be putting up for policy interventions in that space. Perhaps I'll just sort of stop there and then see if there's any questions, and we can go back.
Mr. O'Neill, very quickly, while we're hot on this topic, the gold smuggling activities that you are aware of, the revelations, the data that has been presented, which is public information, by the way, and the fact that there is very poor regulatory or enforcement mechanisms in place, does this push Papua New Guinea towards the grey list? Could that be a statement that could be made? Mr. O'Neill, from your own experience or knowledge of this?
Thank you, Governor. The short answer is yes. The Financial Action Task Force did the report in 2024, and FASU leads the country's efforts in trying to ensure that we try and stay out of the grey list. Unfortunately, it's not a good story for us. It's very imminent that PNG will be grey listed in February next year, and part, or if not a large part, of the reason behind that is the ineffectiveness of state agencies having to perform their respective enforcement capabilities. So that was the broad statement that was made in those reports. And so if we can pick up our game and investigate and prosecute a few cases, not just in the gold smuggling, but for money laundering, tax evasion, illegal logging, and illegal fishing, those are high-risk predicate offenses that Papua New Guinea has been identified to portray in that risk assessment for the country. And so the assessors are wanting for Papua New Guinea to demonstrate effectiveness in having to curtail those financial crime behaviors. We have demonstrated some capability, but we need to show a huge appetite in having to arrest those crimes and prosecute them.
Very quickly, your organization, with its efforts and capabilities, is it able to pinpoint the particular bad actors in this particular area, say for instance in the alluvial mining sector? I mean, it's already common knowledge. The average person in Morobe province, for example, knows already who the bad actors are. It's the same. In my province, we already know. They tell me. So I'm assuming that your organization would also have this and have well-developed intelligence, I would say, based on the information you have available. Therefore, would you be able to say, these are the bad actors, and then with that intelligence, you pass it on to the regulatory entities, I would assume IRC, Customs, Police, MRA, Immigration, Labor. And then those organizations are responsible for reviewing this intelligence and then determining who the specific individuals are, and most of them are foreign actors. They would have, obviously we can't deport a Papua New Guinean, but we can deal with the the foreign actors that are here, no doubt in breach of their visa requirements and labor permits, the work permits, etc. Your thoughts on this, please, and then if other members of the panel wish to ask questions, they may do so. My apologies. Governor Bird has just reminded me that I had already said we would break for lunch. So, very important. Yes, thank you. We will. Your thoughts on this, and then we can break for lunch. Thanks, Governor Bird.
Right. So, in short, the answer is yes. The intelligence that we normally send to the law enforcement bodies or the regulatory bodies are what we call persons of interest or entities of interest. So they're very specific. It would range from all the particulars that we would have on them, or we would have gathered intelligence over a period of time. So the intelligence are very comprehensive and are very specific in terms of persons of interest and entities of interest, and that includes which countries they are coming from, or which region, if you like, they come from. So yes.
Thank you, Mr. Onea. So, besides being strategic intelligence, you also have tactical and operational intelligence, basically the names of the companies and individuals.
Yes, we do that, and we are required by law to do that as well. Our own effectiveness is assessed by our international counterparts. So on an yearly basis, we have to demonstrate our intelligence capabilities in terms of operational and tactical, yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Central Bank. We'll hear from Customs. Just give us a brief overview. Oh, sorry, Mr.
Edric, yeah.
Mr. Ogumeni, my apologies.
Thank you, Chairman, and members of the committee. Yes, once again, Edric Ogumeni is my name, and I'm in charge of intelligence with FASU. We've been operational for the last 7 years, and in recent times, as of March 2024, we have started receiving what we call cross-border movement of currency and valuable reports through our colleagues at Customs, and we've been able to develop some intelligence around where the smuggling, which group of people are doing, where it's going to. So initially, like Chairman, you said, so we have information that we can also share to help with what we are trying to do right now. And FASU is a part of what we call the National Coordinating Committee on Anti-Money Laundering Terrorist Financing. So we share intelligence with members of the NCC. And so we have already identified, and like Director One has said, we've done what we call a typology report on gold smuggling, and we would like to work with Bank of PNG and the other agencies to see what we can come up to stop this illegal smuggling of gold out of the country. And it's massive, and the figures that you shared, we are aware of that. And there are about 4 main countries that we've identified where all this money is, gold is going to. So we look forward to helping out with this work that you've initiated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ogumani. Just for clarity purposes, who are the members of the NCC?
There are about 23 government organizations, starting off with the IRC, Immigrations, Customs, PMNNEC,
Police,
Police, yes.
Prosecutor's Office, National Fisheries Authority, Forestry Authority, Ombudsman Commission, ICAC, IPA, IRC, Office of Insurance Commission, the Central Bank, and FASU plays the secretariat role. So there are 23 agencies, so we babysit those 23 agencies, and there are 60 technical working officers.
And so the information, once you've developed the intelligence and it's presented to these agencies, they are required to act on this information, this intelligence, and then are they required to report back as to what they've done with it?
It would be nice to see get some feedback from them as to whether what we are giving them is what they want or is relatable for them. we don't get much feedback, but we anticipate that at least that intelligence should lead into investigations and prosecutions, because the country needs to demonstrate effectiveness of law enforcement and compliance.
Thank you very much, Central Bank, or FASU. And we'll move on to customs. And customs, recently there was a bust where a significant amount of gold was seized. Perhaps you could tell us a little bit about that, and then also the customs role in terms of gold exports. What does customs do? And what are your observations? What are your organization's capacity issues or challenges? If you could advise us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, members of the panel, the regulators and the industry. My name is Ian Herring. I'm from PNG Customs. Basically, we would know the roles of customs, that we secure our border, protect the community, facilitate legitimate trade and travel. We also collect revenue. And recently, we've also had the task of the special economic zones.
Sorry, Ian, for interrupting. What's your position within the organization and your experience, etc.? Thanks.
Okay, apologies, Chair. My position with PNG Customs, I'm the Assistant Commissioner Enforcement. I've been recently appointed to the position, and I have around 20 years experience with customs. So basically, like anything that leaves our country or comes into the country, legitimately is facilitated by customs. But on the information that you gave on the number of gold that is departing the country, it's a big area of concern for customs as well. Just recently, we did a detection of around 22 kg of gold that was supposed to be smuggled out of the country at sections. Unfortunately, our working environment at sections, all the detections are made by NAC and referred to customs. Whereas, like, if those of us that have traveled abroad, everything is under the control of customs, from the entry to the exit. But unfortunately, the challenge that where customs faces with at the Jackson's airport is that our officers are restricted to move around the airport to effectively perform our functions. So we are not allowed at the scanning facility. So whatever referral is done by, detection is done by NAC, and they are referred to us. Unlike other countries, the developing countries, customs has access to all the areas of airport.
Sorry, Ian, I just want some clarification. I used to be Commissioner of Customs and I worked in this division. I'm very surprised to hear this, because during our time, this must have been a recent amendment, because according to the Customs Act, customs officers have access to all entry and exit points of the country, and there is no restriction, not by NAC or any other organization. So it's very, very surprising to hear this. If there is a directive that has been issued by some organization, our committee would like to see that in writing at some point, in a later presentation or immediately after this. We want to understand how this has come about, that this organization, which is charged with the responsibility of scrutinizing all items entering and leaving our country, has now got restrictions. And we want to know which organization has imposed this restriction. So thank you, Ian.
Chair, thank you. We've actually reached out to our counterparts at the airport, NAC, to have a MOU, an understanding where our officers can be allowed to effectively perform our duties. But we haven't got any positive response from them, but we are working on that. So I'll just give you an example of a detection that customs did. You know, in other countries, when passengers who are traveling abroad, when they enter an airport, they have to go through various different scanning before they board a plane. But for our case, objections, you know, passengers can just come in, check in. There's only one scanning area that they go to, controlled by NAC, and then they go and board a plane. So the Jackson Airport doesn't scan the luggages that come through before they do the check-in. But after the check-in, it's NAC who does the scanning. Also the passengers before they go to the departure lounge for boarding. There was a detection made in 2024. There was a foreign national who had on him 5.7 kg of gold bar. So when our officers went in, we had some information, so they asked him to check his bag. That is at the departure lounge. So in the bag was 5.7 kg of gold. So had it gone through the normal scanning, maybe NAC would have advised us. So that clearly indicates that there is a syndicate at the airport that is facilitating all this gold being exported. So we need to tighten, it's my view that we need to tighten the scanning from the entrance until a passenger exits and boards the plane. So if we can do the detection on that particular passenger, we've already gone past through the scanning, then obviously the gold must have gone through other means to go to the passenger to just get a bag and board the plane.
So Ian, just very quickly, sorry, I want to just understand this. So could this be why there are restrictions to customs movements? Because this is so absurd that I'm surprised to hear this. I've served 16 years in customs, most of which were in the enforcement division, and we were never ever restricted. There are laws there that state that if a customs officer is prevented or restricted, that is an offense in itself.
Yes.
So I'm very surprised to hear that your officers are restricted from certain entry-exit points. It's unheard of in the world. So, and now you've just made a revelation of this particular activity. It seems to suggest that that could be the reason why those restrictions have been imposed. What are your thoughts?
Chair, thank you. We've had our suspicions, but upon detecting of that particular goal at the boarding lounge, I mean, it looks more certain that there's a syndicate involved. So, Chair, I'd like also to recommend that the committee also get information from our transnational crime unit. They would have some information on the gold smuggling at the airport.
Thank you. Please note, Head of Secretariat, the Transnational Crimes Unit would be invited to come at in the continuing hearing. Thank you.
Chair, also early this year, NAC did a detection on 2 foreigners who had in their possession a total of 22 kgs of gold, and they were referred to us.
Ian, can you please speak up? This is very important information, so we'd like you to speak up. Yes.
My apologies.
Thank you.
Earlier this year, there was a detection made by the NAC and referred to us on 2 foreigners who had in their possession, the first person of interest had 9.35 kilogram of gold. That is valued at 2.599.861 kina. Million kina, sorry. The second POI had on his possession 13.371 kg of gold with a value of 4.578.929 million kina. This we verified with our counterparts from MRA, and there's also essay report on that, the detection. Customs has detained 22 kilograms of gold, and we've instituted proceedings against the two person of interest under the Customs Act, under smuggling. So like Customs, we have the power to do the arrest on any breach of Customs Act, in this case, smuggling. So we did arrest on the two person of interest. The challenge that we face is we don't have the holding facilities. So in order for us to detain them at a police cell, police, they would only detain the suspects when they have OB number. So it has to come from a police report. But in this case, if we were for Customs to give an OB number, it wouldn't, police wouldn't detain those POIs in their cells. So that's one of the challenges that we face. So we reach out to immigration who asked us to detain those two suspects at the detention center.
Very quickly, Ian, just for clarification, were police involved in the charging of these suspects or not at all?
No, it's only...
So only customs charges were applied?
Yes, Chair, we had the case where the Catmo case,
yes,
when police did arrest, and under Customs Act, the court clearly stated that any breach under Customs Act, it has to be, the customs officers have to do the arrest. So there's a fine demarcation that only customs has to do arrest on customs breaches.
And then the police are basically stating that you can't detain your suspects in their cells.
In their cells, yeah. So
also another very strange revelation here. Yes, I mean, in the past we've had arrests made by customs, and we've always detained our suspects in the police cells. That's those police cells are for those purposes. So that's another interesting revelation here.
Yeah, Chair, I think it's the administration part where, when police arrest a suspect, they have this AB number, OB number. So that gives rise to them being arrested and locked up in the cell. But in this case, it's a customs arrest. So the two POIs were taken to court, and there was a little error, and the court strike our both cases out. And now it's going into 1 month now. We are searching for the suspects to rearrest them.
So definitely the suspects aren't going to be waiting around to be arrested. I mean, they're criminals. It's in the criminal's nature to continue, moving and not being detected or apprehended. So we now have a situation where, for whatever reason, the laws do not allow, or there's administrative hiccups that do not allow customs to detain its suspects. That's what you're saying. So if we arrest suspects who are breaching customs laws, then we don't have any way to detain them.
No.
So we have to let them go and hope that they turn up in court next day. Is that the case?
Actually, for the two suspects, we have their passport with us. So it's just that we have to look for them and arrest them. That's the challenge that my officers have been facing, and for this 1 month, we've been going around looking for them.
So, okay, did they have guarantors, people who guaranteed well, obviously not, because they weren't arrested and they don't, therefore they would not be bailed, but where were their last known locations or companies? Do you have the names of the companies that these two suspects are employed by or associated with?
Yeah. One is a owner of a company, a group of companies, and the other suspect is just a visitor who was here for a temporary visit and was heading back when we detained him.
But you have the gold?
We have the gold with us. We've already issued a seizure notice.
And they have not contested the seizure?
Not yet. So we've already gone past the 30 days.
So you can now auction the gold?
Well, that depends. But our chief commissioner would have the power to dispose of any seized items, but because it also comes under our friends from central bank, our heads will have to liaise on that and decide how we dispose.
How many kilos altogether?
22.
22 kilos of gold.
22.7 to 8.80 kg. That's worth around 7,178,791 kina.
Have you checked with migration to see if they've exited the country?
Chair, we have their passport with us.
Oh, okay.
Governor,
Thank
can I shed some light on this
Yes,
matter?
please.
Yeah. So currently the goal with the state, so to speak, we through the Proceeds of Crime Act, we applying for restraint on those assets, and it's good to hear that they are not contesting it. So the next phase of that would be to apply for it to be forfeited to the state. That's when the auction bid comes in. So that process is on queue. Yeah.
Thank you. What about the case itself, the prosecution of the offences committed by these two individuals? Are you reviewing that with the intention of taking it back to court?
Yes, Chair. I don't want our legal, most likely at the courthouse now. We are trying to file information for the court to give us the warrant to arrest, so we can seek assistance from police to physically go around, look for them and pick them up. So we will be prosecuting the case, and we hope to give a successful outcome because of this anti-money laundering. So the customs is focused on these two cases to have them successfully prosecuted.
Thank you, Ian.
Chair, sorry, may I also give another detection that our officers did at Wanimo. The situation at Wanimo is not like the one here in Mosby. Our officers in Wanimo are always under threat of this transnational crime. And when landowners, there was an incident where one of the landowners brought in something. When our officers asked to check the items, what the landowners shouted at our officers was that your government hasn't settled our land, and why do you have to stop us? You know, that's an issue with our officers at the border, and obviously we would need the presence of other line agencies in order for our officers to effectively perform their duties. We had a detection of some minerals leaving the country, and we detained the items, and we approached our friends from MRA to do the test. And our court, they also got struck out because of technical errors. So our lawyers are working on that to fine tune it. For so long, Customs hasn't done any prosecution on legal, and this is the first 4 cases that we are working on. So we are hopeful to get a successful prosecution from these cases.
Thank you very much, Mr. Herring, for your insight. And Customs is responsible for authorizing all exports via the export documents that the agents would lodge on behalf of the companies that are legally exporting gold. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
So you would have records of all gold exports legally leaving the country. Is that fair to say?
Yes, Chairman. It's all captured in the system.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, sorry, just one more thing. The export of gold, Customs, we don't collect any duty on that. It's only the technical entry fee that we collect. So.
The levies are collected by MRA, not?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. We have a presentation due unless we want to break for lunch and then come back, or panel members? Okay, we'll have lunch first and then we'll hear from Dr. Kelma and Sean. Thank you very much. Thank you all for your presentations. Lunch is served over there. So please feel free to help yourselves. And we'll reconvene There's a lunch bell. So we'll reconvene in 30 minutes. Thanks. decent lunch. And if we can all take our seats, grab your tea, grab your coffee. As I said earlier, this is just the first step in this journey. We'll be having more sessions like this and requesting agencies, stakeholders to turn up. The government agencies that did not turn up, namely labor, namely immigration, namely central bank, namely IRC, will be asked to turn up at our next hearing. The Parliamentary Committee can issue directives that compel these organizations to turn up. It's actually, if a directive is issued and you don't turn up, that could be a breach of various laws that govern the efforts and activities of the Parliamentary Committee. So we will have a presentation from Dr. Kevin Telmer and Sean. Sean, I haven't mastered the art of pronouncing your surname, so. And then after that, we'll have industry members and stakeholders do their presentations. We would love to hear from you at the front line. And then members of the panel will intervene at any time and ask questions. Governor Peter Ipatas has to catch a flight, so we will excuse him anytime from now onwards. Governor Rufina Peter has an important appointment as well, so we will also excuse her. But the rest of us will be here and continue with this effort. And so without further ado, if I could ask Dr. Kevin Telmer to do a presentation on our behalf, please. I mean, on the behalf of the World Artisanal Gold Council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman Jufa, distinguished members of the Special Parliamentary Committee. Thank you very much for the invitation to be here. I think it's very important for the for the future of Papua New Guinea, and it's once upon a time world-leading alluvial gold sector. So what I'd like to do first is just establish who am I, what's my kind of credibility to be here, why has Governor Jufa, for example, invited me to come, and my colleague Sean Bloor as well. So my name's Dr. Kevin Telmer, and essentially my entire career has been dedicated to understanding and improving artisanal and small-scale gold mining. That's the global term for what's called alluvial mining in PNG. So I hold a PhD in geochemistry. I'm a geologist. I've been working in sort of the mining sector, but only with alluvial miners for almost 30 years now. And I founded an organization called the Artisanal Gold Council, whose mission is to improve and professionalize the artisanal or the alluvial mining sector. And that's really what brought me here to PNG. I've worked in about 30 countries across the globe, so I'm happy to speak with you about what's going on in other countries and compare it to what's happening here in Papua New Guinea. So when I first came to PNG, that was about 4 years ago now, it was a really wonderful surprise. I came to understand that it had one of the world's most robust and well-managed systems for alluvial mining. And when I tell PNGers this, they're a bit surprised. Most don't really know that. But it had what many countries do not. It was truly integrated into society, the alluvial mining sector. I think everyone knows what it is. People appreciate it. The government strongly supports it. We've heard a lot of that this morning. It was very well supported by the government and in particular by the MRA. We heard Mr. Stanley Nekatel's extensive comments this morning. It has its own small-scale mining branch. That's unique in the world. It's very rare. Most governments do not have a separate small-scale mining branch within their government, a legislative body whose responsibility it is to regulate, improve, support the alluvial mining sector. So congratulations. That's quite an impressive thing that I came to see when I first came here. very impressive. And the MRA even had a vision to professionalize the alluvial mining sector, which is our mission. That's our mission, so we fit very well together. They had this concrete mission where they had a ladder where you would train them through their training center, this small-scale mining training center in WOW that we've heard about already, and raise people up to, to be upwardly mobile and improve their lives and that of their community. So these were all firsts and, in a sense, world-leading systems. So I went around the world. I travel. I work in the field with miners, but I also go to a lot of meetings and work with sort of high-level policy. And I broadcast this success at many meetings and within my network and with great enthusiasm, because it was truly a jewel. And that might come as a surprise to you, but it's just because you're not aware of the other parts of the world with alluvial mining sectors have nothing to compare to what PNG had, let's say, starting 4 years ago when I first came. It is really what attracted me to come here, and I'm very happy to be here to speak to you about it. But unfortunately, as we are now discussing, it's become under threat. So this model that really was an example for the world is in danger of no longer being a model, and that's what I've been asked to talk to you about. So really, it's in a state of crisis now, and I want to provide to you 4 lines of proof about that state of crisis. So the data that my colleague Sean Bloor and I have compiled really leaves no room for doubt. PNG's gold sector is facing a crisis, and it's driven by sophisticated illegal acts. So we found these 4, we decided to present to you 4 very clear lines of evidence of gold smuggling. The first line of evidence we've already heard about. Basically, you have falling exports exactly when the gold price is rising, and the level of activity that you see in the field is rising. And I think we have some graphics if you want to show them. Well, there's the rising gold price is this blue line, and remarkably you see the falling export level of gold. That's alluvial gold from PNG. But let's have the next slide. So what you're seeing here is the blue line is the rising price. The yellow lines are the falling exports. And then here's a remarkable piece of evidence that we haven't discussed yet. The orange bars, the largest bars, the orange bars, are the records, the formal records of import of alluvial gold to other countries. So the MRA is publishing the exports, the yellow bars, and the rest of the world, several countries in particular, that fill out customs importation records through a database that's it's called the Comtrade database, are recording their imports from PNG, and you can see there's a massive difference. So the orange bars are what is actually being received by these foreign countries, and the yellow bars are what's being recorded as export. And the only answer to how that's possible is that what's been circled in red there is smuggled gold. And you can see, for example, in 2023, the amount of smuggled gold is more than, it's double, it's more than what's actually being declared as produced. I would go further to say that that's just what's being recorded. The actual smuggled gold's probably larger, but this is what we have concrete evidence for. So let's go to the next slide, and I'll talk about another line of evidence that's undisputable, if it's, and this one we haven't spoken about very much yet today, is the under-declaration of purity. So gold occurs naturally. It doesn't occur as pure gold naturally. It contains other elements. And in PNG, the lowest purity gold that exists in nature in PNG, in general, is about 60% gold. And much of it, for example, the Porgera mine is around 78%, and there's, you know, the other large mines for which there's data, it's somewhere around there, around 70%. And if you go back into MRA's records, even 10 years, you're going to see that the average purity of export gold from the alluvial sector is around 70% pure, okay? And then what you're seeing in this graph is the purity declaration by one exporter in particular, and that's that green line, the lower line. And it goes from about 70, I think it's 78% there, and it falls, and by the time you get to 2023, it's 30%. That's impossible. It is impossible to source gold from the alluvial mining sector in bulk and produce an ingot of gold that is only 30% pure in its gold content. So what they're doing is under-declaring the purity. Okay, so I have a bar of gold. It's 70% gold. I tell, or I record that it's only 30% gold, so I'm able to export the other 40% without paying tax. I'm able to export the value of that gold in hard currency. And that is, again, that is a smoking gun. There's just no explanation. There is no way to generate this kind of a product by sourcing gold from the alluvial gold mining sector. So it's really undisputable. So what happens when this happens, when they do this? For one, they don't have to pay the levy on that extra 40%. For two, they don't have to repatriate the US dollars back into Papua New Guinea, because that's what you're obligated to do. You export the gold, it's refined, it's paid for, and that money must return back to PNG. So in this case, double the value of the gold, so that extra 40%, right, is able to be left overseas. And so really it's, you know, they're this illegally transferring money out of PNG. And in 1 year alone, this scheme potentially concealed about 787 kilograms of gold worth about 145 million kina. And this gold and its revenue, this foreign currency, is basically just being stolen from the people of PNG. Terrible. The third line of evidence that I'd like to present, we've talked on a little bit. It's really about foreign investment during a collapsing legal market. So if you're in the mining industry, you're looking around, hey, where can I open a mine? Where can I, where can I do good business? And I look at PNG's export records, and I see, wow, look, the alluvial gold mining sector is, its exports are plummeting. Why would I invest in a place where the exports are plummeting? It doesn't make any sense. So, that anti-correlation there, the rapid decline of legal exports and the increasing involvement of foreign-backed investment is very suspicious. Why would they do this? And the answer is simple. They're not investing in the legal sector. Essentially, what they're doing is funding the illegal network. And there really is no other explanation. They exploit local licenses, use sophisticated networks to facilitate tax evasion, money laundering, the things that we've heard about. So let me, I'm going to tell you the final line of evidence and then just make some comments about what we see around the world and what kind of destruction this illegal activity is causing in other countries and now also in PNG. So we again, Sean Bloor has been in the business of doing sort of investigative work on all kinds of commodities movements. So we've looked at records, international records, et cetera, and we discovered that the exports coming out of PNG, even though the export license conditions mandated by the bank, by BPNG, require that gold be exported to a refiner that can generate these certified records of purity and payment for the PNG government, we discovered that at least one exporter is sending the gold to themselves. overseas. So they're disguising the destination of the exported gold. So they export the gold to their own company. That company somehow reports back to, the records back to PNG, and then that gold is transshipped to another destination to conceal these financial flows. Let me just explain what that means, transshipment. So the gold lands in one airport. It does not enter the country where that airport is sitting. It enters a warehouse on this side of customs. And then it's repapered, okay, new documentation that will then describe the gold as in accurate terms, so its purity, for example, and then it's reshipped to another destination. I think we have fairly compelling evidence that that's also been going on. Okay, let me just talk about the destruction that this causes. What kind of destruction is really caused by smuggling? Because if you're a miner in Waubulolo or Goroka, whatnot, and there's a gold shop, and they're going to pay you a price for the gold, you have an option of selling it to different buyers, and there's this one buyer that's willing to pay a lot more. That's likely who you're going to sell it to, and I think that's just normal behavior for a small miner. But it's kind of a devastating consequence for the nation. At a high level, this compromises the economic sovereignty of PNG because the illegal financial flows that are associated with this undeclared gold directly deplete PNG's hard currency reserves. The lack of enforcement that's
Sorry,
going
Dr.
on.
Kevin, may I just ask you to repeat that line that you just stated?
Sure thing.
Illegal financial flows.
Yes, I'm saying that the illegal financial flows compromise the economic sovereignty of Papua New Guinea because the undeclared gold exports directly deplete PNG's hard currency reserves. And
We have the team from the Bank of PNG here, I believe. So, gentlemen, you'll be taking notes. That's a very interesting statement right there. The illegal financial flows compromise the economic sovereignty of PNG. And Kevin, please continue. I lost that last part there.
No problem. I welcome interruptions. I think everyone does because it adds a little bit of pace and makes it easier for people to listen. In this, we've heard already about the Financial Action Task Force and the Grey List, and this is leading to making life more difficult for many Papua New Guineans, right? This continued failure to act against these organized illegal financial flows will cause...
Dr. Tillman, my apologies for interrupting again. We just... Governor Peter Ipatas has a flight to catch. He's got other urgent business, and he's excused himself just to advise. You may continue. Thanks.
Thank you. Safe travels, Governor. Okay, so there's the big picture that I've just addressed, but in my world, I work in the world of small miners and the community of small miners. Most tragically, the smuggling is destroying the livelihoods, really, of tens of thousands of honest citizens. So you have legal and illegal gold flows, and those cannot coexist. The illegal actors, their costs of doing business are much lower than the cost of legal actors doing business. And so the writing's on the wall. This means there won't be any legal actors left. And we've seen this in many other countries. So basically, the country tips. The illegal actors arrive, they start to predate on the legal gold sector, and then at some point in time, usually takes, according to our observations in other places, it takes perhaps 3 or 4 years. You won't have any legal, gold buyers or anybody that's able to truly obey the law left operating. And that's a very unfortunate situation because you end up with a artisanal gold mining community that's viewed by the government in negative terms. And it builds a lot of animosity between government and mining community, et cetera. And I would say at this moment in time, PNG is on this trajectory. It's on this trajectory towards tipping into an entirely illegal sector. It's getting close. I mean, we've heard the numbers earlier today from the distinguished members, where 120,000 ounces of gold has fallen to 40,000 ounces. And I would say the actual production's higher than 120,000 ounces now. That's shocking. That is a sector that's operating at about 2/3 or 3/4 of its capacity is running through the illegal sector. So the commercial advantage forces these legal and law-abiding gold buyers out of business, and they get systematically replaced with entirely black market economy. When that legal market collapses, other aspects of society start to break down, as I've just mentioned. You have government agencies like MRA, for example, are going to lose the revenue because they receive their revenue from this levy. They lose revenue to provide essential services, training. The training aspect of PNG's alluvial mining sector is one of the jewels globally. So this activity is happening in 80 countries. And PNG should be very proud of what it has built, but it's in danger of losing it. And the mining community itself becomes increasingly vulnerable to conflict, exploitation, and predation by criminal syndicates. We heard a lot about syndicates earlier today. And unfortunately, usually hostilities between government and miners increase. So the last piece I just want to add, we haven't talked about very much, and I understand SEPA is not here today, the Environmental Protection Agency.
Actually, Dr. Kevin, they have sent an officer who is here, Mr.
Okay.
Pitts Murphy. He's over there. Thank you for turning up, Mr.
Yeah.
Murphy. Appreciate that. You'll be asked to come and join the table as well with our team from Bank of PNG. Or you can stay where you are, but you can do a presentation after Kevin's presentation. Thank you.
Well, it's great that SEPA's here. And so on the environmental aspect, the environmental basis, I think we heard Honorable Governor Bird mention West Africa earlier in the day. There are other countries that have had an alluvial mining sector, a much larger one for a much longer period of time, that's undergone the same process of transforming into an illegal sector. And the environmental destruction is shocking. So right now, PNG's alluvial sector is environmentally not terrible. It's basically a physical process using gravity to extract gold. So there's not a lot of toxic chemicals used. But what happens is, as the sector grows, the illegal sector grows, you see an increasing amount of illegal toxic chemicals used, cyanide in particular. So then you end this very awful mix of cyanide and mercury. And the operators that are using these materials and generating this waste, well, they disappear. As soon as they get the gold, they leave. So there's nobody left to clean up except the state. And this really does leave a legacy in the environment that can last for generations. So you're looking at, this is another very strong reason to try to avoid this system from tipping into the illegal sector. So let me just conclude. Thank you very much again for the audience. It's always a struggle to prioritize how to go about fixing these kinds of problems. And an artisanal mining sector is a diverse group of people. It's geographically dispersed. So how do you start? Where do you go? And I think that you do have you've got a lot of simple, cost-effective options to start with. It might get more expensive to really go hard, but nonetheless, there's lots of great starting places. This committee is one of them. And honestly, this is rare. Just like what I'm calling the jewel of how you've organized your alluvial mining sector, here we are at the highest level, in a sense, of government, calling together all of the various parties. And this is rare to have happen in other countries, where artisanal mining is often viewed as a very low priority. So you're off to a great start. We've heard about, we heard a little bit from FASU and other parts of the Bank of Papua New Guinea. So there are export licenses that are emitted, and there are import and export records that are, I think, very, if Sean and I can put together this evidence fairly quickly and fairly cheaply, that's a good, it's a good example of how you can go about just turning up the volume a little bit on the diligence of collecting those records and shutting down the illegal operators. So I would suggest starting there. Simple intelligence unit, I think it already exists. Maybe it needs to be given a little more oomph, a little more of a nudge to look at this more carefully. We, of course, are very happy to help out in any way we can with our technical knowledge. And then you can go further. Of course, you might want to consider creating a special gold enforcement unit, and we've heard that discussed a little bit this morning. I don't think that would be need to be very large or particularly expensive, but it might focus, and if I'm not wrong, I heard someone speak about creating this gold enforcement unit that would be comprised of the main stakeholder agencies in government. And I think that's an excellent idea. That way you get everybody on the same page quickly and understand where the barriers are. You can go further. I think control at the airports, that's important. A technical monitoring system, for example, and equipment. And then back to Stanley Necatel of MRA's request, in a sense, for increasing the capacity of MRA. I would strongly support that as well, because in the end, this problem won't be solved in the office. You need people out in the field. And that's where, that's really how Sean and I can come to a group like this and speak with confidence, because effectively we've been in the field for many, many years. And it enables us to speak, I think, somewhat concisely about the issues and try to help out. So in conclusion, honorable members, Special Parliamentary Committee, PNG's alluvial gold sector is a perfect engine for upward mobility. It's a great opportunity for your citizens. It's a natural, decentralized system that puts wealth directly into the pockets of your rural people. That allows them to educate their children, build businesses, move on, build a better life, etc. It's a wonderful and particularly poignant resource with a very low entry point, but it's being molested at this moment, and on a fairly massive scale, to be frank. And that's destroying this capacity that the sector has to empower its own citizens. And so, thank you again for your attention, but I implore you to act quickly and try to get what appears to be a worsening problem under control. Thank you very much.
Dr. Kevin Telmer, thank you so much for your presentation. Before we move on to Central Bank and SIPA, I just wanted to ask, Doctor, with your experience of working, in the alluvial sector around the world, have you come across any players in this sector who comply and have a system that you can recommend in terms of data collection, traceability, and compliance perspectives that may be able to help us, to work towards helping develop recommendations to ways forward to get PNG away from this direction that we've taken, unfortunate direction, I would like to say. Because from what I've just heard, we were already in a great place. And now we seem to be moving away to a dark place. We want to avoid getting to that dark place. How do we stop getting there? What are your thoughts before we proceed? Just you
Yeah,
can
that's a great
elaborate.
question. So what are the other good examples in the world? And what could P&G learn from? But I would say also, what can P&G share? What can, because you do have some, that all of the good news that I started with still exists. So this business is occurring really in 3 continents. So you have Asia, all of the southern Asian countries. You have South America, and you have Africa. And in each of those jurisdictions, there are some good examples. So Peru, I think in South America, has a very functional small-scale mining sector. And that's one that's really worth looking at, because it's the fulfillment of the vision of MRA. So MRA has this ladder that leads people up towards what I'm going to call professional small miners. And Peru has quite a significant community of professional small miners. It also has problems, but there's a good example there. There's governance practices. Peruvians themselves, not terribly unlike Papua New Guineans, call themselves, they call their country a país minero, a mining country. And that's rare. Most countries are not jumping up and saying, hey, we're a mining country. But I think P&G does also. So there's kind of a similarity of cultures in the sense of how important this business is. That's Peru. I would say also in southern Africa, there are a few good countries. So Africa's a big place, and we heard the terrible news about West Africa earlier, and certainly there are some real disasters going on in Africa. But don't forget how big Africa is. You can fit the United States, China, Saudi Arabia, and another 10 countries just into the area of Africa. So southern Africa, one of my favorite countries right now is Zambia. So Zambia has a pretty good regulatory environment, well managed, has been for a long time. It's a mining country, speaks English as well, so that's helpful. That's one that's also worth, I think, sharing experiences with. And the nice thing about Zambia also is that it's a fairly young sector. So it really only started about 2018, the primary alluvial mining sector. So, not enough time to get in trouble yet, maybe we could say. But I would, and there are fora where groups that are working with the alluvial mining sector in all these other countries meet every year. One of them is called the Intergovernmental Forum. That's a collection of 40 maybe countries that get together and talk about artisanal mining. So that's something that P&G might consider participating in. And I've mentioned just at lunch, there's also the precious metals business, the LBMA, the DMCC. Those industry associations are also worth interacting with, because their job is to broadcast and implement best practices. And I'm sure they would love to be able to help P&G to do exactly that. So there's lots of opportunities, Governor Jufa. Thank you very much for the question.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kevin, for your presentation. We would like to, now that we have, we will progress with our team from Bank of P&G and also SIPA. So I think with Bank of P&G, if we have 4 gentlemen who have come in, and perhaps you guys could come to the front here, if that's okay. Or your representative could come, they're sitting at the back, to come to the front and do a presentation very quickly. Is that all right, or are you guys just here to observe, or what's the... someone can come and just give a rundown of... We've heard from FASU, who we invited separately, so we'd like to hear from Bank of P&G your role in the licensing or the efforts to regulate this particular sector. So maybe one of you could come, or 2 of you could come and give your explanations. That's okay, and do an introduction. Thanks for coming, guys. We really appreciate this. We understand that you got a bit of a short notice to come here, but that's good you're here. We did send out the notices. Maybe they didn't make it to you on time. And then after that, we can also have Mr. Murphy from SIPA also come and take a seat here and give an explanation. Thanks, guys. If we can have Central Bank just come and do essentially 5 minutes, tell us exactly what your role is in this, in the alluvial mining sector, specifically for the export of gold or licensing for the trading in gold, etc. Maybe if you could give your names and just your positions.
Now I'm on air. All right, thank you, Governor Jufa, and the chairman of the Parliamentary Inquiry into gold, alluvial gold mining, and members of the committee, and honorable members of Parliament. All right, we are from the Bank of PNG. My name is Wilson Jonathan from the Economics Department, Banking Manager. On my right is Mr. Elim Kiam. In the Economics Department of the Bank of PNG, we have a unit that is responsible for gold export licenses. And we have the manager from the unit as well, Mr. Wayne Nicholas. So essentially, from the Bank of PNG, in terms of our involvement in the alluvial gold mining, we don't license activity in the alluvial gold mining. That rests with the Mineral Resources Authority. But on the gold export license, yes, under the Central Bank regulation, we export and monitor gold licenses. That is renewed every year, and the license holders have to meet the requirements every year. So it's not like you given a license and it's going to be with you until whenever. No, that is renewed every year. So that is that. So we will come from that angle, our involvement in gold export. So my colleague, Mr. Elim Kiang, will get us through briefly on that. So we'll let him take us through. Thank you.
Thank you. And perhaps also explain, if you have a responsibility of issuing the licenses, you would probably be doing periodic reviews, audits, etc. If you can explain that part of your, and if you have information, intelligence, for instance, about bad actors, companies or individuals that are behaving badly. Say, for instance, the characters that just tried to smuggle out 20 kilos of gold. When they come to your attention, what do you do about it? We'd also like to know about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman and members. Let me just give an update on the background to how and why we issued the license. So the law that gives us the mandate to issue the gold export license is the Central Banking Foreign Exchange and Gold Regulation. So that gives us specific mandate to issue a gold export license or issue a gold export license to an importer. So that's the law that we implement. Now, in terms of the licensing of the gold exporters, we have requirements in place. So the first thing that the applicant needs to do is to register a company with the Investment Promotion Authority. So that's the key part of the process. Then the next stage after that is the entity will have to apply to Bank of Papua New Guinea, expressing an interest to obtain a gold export license from Bank of PNG. So the information that the company is expected to submit to Bank of PNG are areas, specific areas in PNG where they will be sourcing their gold. Then the other information is around securing a domestic asset. Okay. they can do it internally. If they have to do that, then they need to tell us. If they are going to outsource it, they need to tell us how they're going to do the assaying for the gold that they will be producing and exporting, or they will be shipping for further refining abroad.
Gentlemen, my apologies, sorry for interrupting. There was a small administrative oversight here. You were not sworn in because of your coming in late. So, Head of Secretariat, do we have our lawyer here to swear them in, or should we bring them in for a later hearing, given that they haven't been sworn in? Yes, we'll wait for the Parliament lawyer to come in so that we can have you sworn in. He's just in his office. My apologies for that, gentlemen, really, and Mr. Murphy. But I think going back, Sean, were you going to give a quick presentation? I think we missed you there. I may have, and my apologies for that.
Yeah. Yes, Governor. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the group.
So we'll have you do your presentation while we're waiting for the lawyer to come in and swear you in.
Okay.
Thanks, gentlemen.
Well, I guess it's apropos that it would come at this moment when the Bank of PNG licensing department is speaking, because my role in this research, we saw the evidence of a particular exporting entity sending out gold that's purity declined to levels that would be physically impossible in PNG. And so what I sort of did, I've investigated illegal gold flows all over the world. I've started my career as an engineer, but got into investigations and research, and it's been my privilege to research illegal gold flows and the bad things that happen with all that illegal gold flows in Africa and in their relationship to conflict and in South America. And so I've had quite a lot of experience looking at the mechanisms by which gold exporters and other traders circumvent government regulations meant to channel gold into legal channels. So the task I took on here was to look into how is it that this particular exporter was circumventing the checks and balances that authorities in Papua New Guinea had put in place to make this sort of thing impossible. And so the first thing I noted is that Papua New Guinea, when gold exports happen, does not require an independent assay of the purity of the gold. Some countries do this. Some countries require that you take your gold to a government assay office and verify its purity. Papua New Guinea opts not to do that for various reasons. It's slow, it's cumbersome, you need lab facilities to do it. Often the government has to set up a lab. So Papua New Guinea opted not to do that, but to rely on an internal assay by the exporter. And of course, you need some check on that internal assay. If someone tells you their gold is this purity, you want to have someone else verify it and give you a check on that. So the check that Papua New Guinea has on that is that the gold has to be exported to a refiner. You can't export it to a gold dealer. You can't export it to a friend. You've got to export it to a recognized registered refiner. And that refiner, within a period of 15 days, has to send back a report on the purity of that gold. So that's a system. It's economical. It works well if you send that gold to a respectable LBMA registered, DMCC registered, Singapore Gold Exchange registered refiner. In this particular case, this entity wasn't sending it to a registered refiner. They were sending it to a company that they owned, located in a building in Hong Kong that actually could not house a refinery, never had housed a refinery. And the company was owned by the gold exporter itself. So they were sending it to a company that was owned by the gold exporter, so there was no independence. They were the same entity. They didn't have a license as a refiner, and in fact, they didn't have the facilities to be doing refining. So there's no way that whatever documents got sent back to the central bank, and I don't know what documents got sent back to the central bank, they weren't actually an objective check on the purity of that gold. They were.
Sean, could I just interrupt you? Is this a form of, or a part of an effort that appears to be money laundering? Is this what we could call it, or transfer pricing, or both?
I would say it's money laundering. I would say it's fraud. I would say it's a criminal enterprise to export money from Papua New Guinea.
Thank you. Please continue.
So I guess there's some questions there as to what sort of verifications and what sort of checks get done on, what sort of due diligence gets done on the refiner partner for an exporting company. The fact that it didn't have a refining license, the fact that the ownership was joint, those are two things that are fairly obvious just from public records. The fact that it didn't have refining capacity, that took a little more digging to figure that out. But again, it was just a matter of going into Hong Kong town planning records. So again, a lot of this information didn't require sending someone to Hong Kong. It just required an intelligent analysis of the information that was out there in the public record. And so I'm sort of wondering, maybe there needs to be a review of the due diligence procedures over at the central bank. So the other thing that I discovered is there are some other gaps in the export procedures. Not just the purity checks, but when the gold gets exported, it gets put into a Doré box physically at the exporter's facility, and then it gets sealed. And then that box gets taken to essentially a security service that guarantees its safe passage. I don't want to name names here, but you guys know the companies that provide security. That security service doesn't actually weigh that box. So there's no cross-check on the weight of that box. So you could put 10 kilograms into that box, or you could put 20 kilograms into that box and say it was 10 kilograms. And then it gets taken to the security, the sort of Brinks-like security service.
Because the security company's specific role is to secure the transmission of gold, not to wait and make sure that that's the legitimate amount declared that's being exported.
That's not their job. That's the job of maybe customs, maybe somebody else. And the recipient refinery is also supposed to, that's where that cross-check comes in from the refiner. They're supposed to verify the weight and send back a report that says, we received this much gold by weight of this purity, but if you don't have that cross-check, then it becomes important to weigh the gold going out. And so the other thing we discovered is that you can see where gold goes based upon, again, going back to customs records. So this gold was being sent ostensibly to Hong Kong. That was what's on the customs documents. So we looked in the Hong Kong customs records to see how much gold had come from PNG to Hong Kong. And it turned out that in the past 20 years, there has been no gold received by Hong Kong from Papua New Guinea. So Hong Kong Customs has no record of any gold ever entering Hong Kong from Papua New Guinea. So what was going on? These shipments were arriving at Hong Kong with documents saying they had a certain weight and a certain purity, which was probably false. And at that point, some other agent would be there. The gold would go into a warehouse. New papers would be put on it, and it would go somewhere else. And that would happen because when you arrives at wherever it's going, it has to have the correct weight, the correct purity, because otherwise the customs that receives it is going to start questioning this. So you transship it, you put new documents on that give its real weight and its real purity, and then it goes to its next destination, which in this case we tracked it to Singapore. So the gold is going PNG, Hong Kong, stays in the airport, carries on to Singapore with new weight and new purity. And that is in fact how a large portion of the gold getting smuggled out of PNG is being transited out of the country. So again, there are regulations and mechanisms in place in PNG that would have caught this, but it would require a more dedicated application of those laws and regulations. And that was the part that I found in my report. So that's what I have to say about that. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much, Sean. Appreciate that. And Kevin, in your experience here, looking at, first we have a sector that seems to have been doing very well until now. How about players or actors or companies that are involved? In your opinion, are there companies that are highly compliant? And if so, how many of them are there to your knowledge? And also, in your opinion, we've named one particular company. We're calling it Company X. And for the record, these companies they will be invited by the panel, by the committee to come and offer their insight as to what they're doing. But would like to hear from you on that before we swear the team from BPNG in. Our good lawyer is here, and SIPA as well.
Yeah, again, my pleasure. Thank you, Governor Jufa and honorable members. Again, there's good news here. I think one of the best operators I've encountered in the world in terms of being an aggregator and buyer and trader of alluvial gold is here in PNG. And let's give it company Y, just to keep the no names mentioned here. But there are some very high-level professional operators in PNG that have been perfectly compliant. I would say the most compliant I have encountered in my long career. And that's a little bit of the internal culture of that company. There's more than one company that has been, I would say, compliant here, but this is the one that I would put above all the rest. And in fact, in speaking with that company, I've often talked about bringing their show on the road to other places to demonstrate some of their good practices. And I've actually helped them, work together with them to develop some tools to even improve upon their excellent performance to begin with. And one of those things that I think, again, is from PNG is what we call a provenance tool. So that's a traceability function. And if you keep very good records when you're purchasing gold, even by the gram, from many, many different people, you keep very good records, you can actually know what percentage, let's say I produce a 3-kilo bar, what percentage of that bar came from location 1, and what percentage of that bar came from location 2, location 3, to the tune of about 70 different locations. And that is unique in the world. That's a wonderful traceability tool that the world should really know about. I had the pleasure of helping to develop that. I'm a scientist, etc. So I can be a little bit proud. It was a lot of fun to help this go forward, and that's a little bit why, again, we're pretty passionate about trying to get to help PNG not lose its superb performance in the alluvial gold mining sector. So that company, highly compliant, very interested in remaining compliant, and for that, I think they've been, they have been quite competitive. Just a good, serious work culture, very good leadership, which is passed down to all the different staff, etc. So you do have in PNG excellent actors to build upon. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kevin, for that. So we could say we have a world-leading alluvial mine sector that we want to preserve as much as possible, we want to protect, and we have companies that could be right up there, world-leading companies in their best practice efforts.
Absolutely correct.
Wonderful to hear that. We have our lawyer here now, so we can swear in SIPA and the BPNG team very quickly, and then we can go through.
I think I can speak up. Yes. Those who came in after the swearing in, you can stand up, and I will swear you in as witness. Put your right hand up. You'll take your oath. You repeat after me. The evidence I shall give. Repeat after me.
Thank you. Okay, you repeat after me. The evidence I shall give.
The evidence I shall give.
On this examination.
On this examination.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the whole truth.
And nothing but the whole truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Sorry for that slight oversight. We can commence again with our dear friend. Please, at each time, just introduce yourself, what your position is in the organization you work for, and a brief explanation of what you do in regards to the discussions that we are having now, or in this instance, the export of alluvial gold.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Elim Kiang, and I'm with Economics Department. And my job basically involves dealing with policy matters as well as regulatory matters. So that's my job at the Economics Department.
Okay, thank you. And please continue, and then maybe one of you can summarize exactly what your team does as a team. Where does Bank of PNG come in? I heard earlier that it issues licenses to companies that are exporting. So I'd like to hear a bit about, in this regard, how do you ensure that those companies are companies that are compliant with PNG laws, etc., and how do you monitor these efforts of these companies to ensure that they comply with the license requirements, etc.? Maybe you can add on that in your explanations. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon. I am Wilson Jonathan, Acting Head of the Economics Department. The main task of the Economics Department is to coordinate the formulation of monetary policy. But along with it is the role of issuing gold export licenses. So we are here for that part of the role of the Economics Department.
Chairman and Governor, thank you. I'll just add on to what my two colleagues just said. Where the as my colleague on the right said, our role in the overall alluvial sector is especially on the licensing, regulating the gold export license. So you may wonder what we actually do, and I'll just outline the basic process of how that regulation actually, how we implement that. First, what happens is that when the exporter wants to export gold, there's some export forms that it's called a Form G, the central bank issues. And in that Form G, it has all the volume and the value of the gold that is exported. So that applies to both the mining export and the alluvial sector. For alluvial sector, it's those that have license, alluvial gold export license that the central bank issue. And for the mines, the big mines, the gold exporters. So those export forms, together with the invoices, the commercial invoices, they send it first to the, and as well as the SA report. Those are the documents that forms the export process. So those documents are sent to MRA first. And MRA assessed it. MRA assessed those, the value and the content as well as the SA report. The SA report goes to MRA. MRA actually assessed it and they stamp it, they sign it off, and then it comes to Bank of PNG. And that's when Bank of PNG assess it, and our position in that is we monitor the foreign exchange part of it, where export value, and we reconcile that. So when the exporters export the gold, within a month, we ask them to provide the report, the credit advice, through the bank account and all that, those information, we collect them and we do our analysis, and we see if there is a issue with the receipt or if there is underestimation or overestimation. That's when we ask the companies to actually give us an account of what has happened, and from we have the record. That is the export reconciliation part of it. So in that process, we regulate the export since we issue the gold export license. And coming back to the point that Governor touched earlier on those gold, especially on the declining of the gold export in the recent years, yes, we confirm that. Our record also confirmed what Dr. Telma has provided. The alluvial export value and volume has declined significantly, and we have done some work around that. We have went as far as all the state agencies that are actually involved in the export process, the border controls, the customs, MRAs, and we have actually flagged this information with them, and they are aware of that. And we have also done some on-site audit of what, basing on the reports that we collect. And Governor, we also did a formal
update of what we're supposed to present. But our apology, we haven't, I think it hasn't come on time. We just completed, it will be signed up today, and then we will send it to you for your noting of our assessment and our position on this inquiry.
That's okay. You can present it at a later date once you've completed it.
Yes.
Very quickly, there was a presentation here by Dr. Telma and also from our own information sources that we have. There is this information that's just emerged that a particular company has been exporting gold to an organization that is not a refinery, and then transshipping it to Singapore, for instance, Hong Kong to Singapore. Are you also aware of this?
We have, yes, we have those companies that the local alluvial exporters companies, right?
Correct.
Yes, companies that export to our requirement for the export offshore. It's LBMA aggregated refineries. That was
So
the initial.
Very quickly,
Yeah.
these companies that are all exporting, do they give you a refinery essay report from where they're exporting to? I would assume that
Yes,
all your companies
they-
that are exporting alluvial gold would be required to give you a report.
Out-end report.
Yes, and
Yes.
that report will detail a refinery report from the purchaser.
Yes, it's called the out-end report. We do receive that when they lodge their returns
So
of export proceeds.
in this instance, the information suggests that this company has been exporting to a entity in Hong Kong and then transshipping it to Singapore. So the refiner that information from Hong Kong is not coming through, I would assume.
Governor, may I know which it's a company that exports to Hong Kong, right?
Correct. I think from the information that we're receiving, or we've received, is that there is a particular exporting company from PNG. It's a foreign-owned company from what we know, and it's exporting to Singapore, but it's exporting through Hong Kong. Now, the explanations were presented by Dr. Telma here, and I may ask you, Kevin, to just give us an explanation. I might not be correctly framing this question, just for clarity purposes of the analysis that you did of the information available. This particular company has been exporting to Hong Kong and then transshipping it to Singapore, am I correct? The refiner is based in Singapore?
You're correct that they are exporting the gold to their own company in Hong Kong.
Their own company in Hong
Yeah.
Kong.
Which is not a refiner.
Okay.
So that's the interesting part here, perhaps, is is that we don't know how the Bank of Papua New Guinea operates or how it emits exporting licenses. Perhaps there's a special case in this. That's something we don't have insight into. That this company asked for permission to behave this way or something like that. But so that's the most that I can provide is that we know that it's going to this destination in Hong Kong.
Okay. Thank you. So we refer to the company as Company X. We have the details. We will provide the details to you so that your organization can have a look at it. But we're trying to understand how this has been happening over a period of time, where you see gold production seems to be dropping. Gold prices are going up through the roof. And if you care to look anywhere in Papua New Guinea, gold activities are just rife, Everyone's going into it wherever there's gold to be found. Yet the gold production and exports seem to be dropping. We just heard from MRA that they've dropped significantly. Then you have instances of where smuggling has just been taking place and 22 kilos of gold have been picked up at the airport. And then we've got this information that a company has been exporting to itself, essentially, in Hong Kong and then transshipping it to Singapore. So have you heard of this, or are you aware of this at all? And how would your organization treat this? That's basically what I'm getting at. Thanks.
My senior will.
Chair, let me answer the question. Okay, let me just backtrack back to where I stopped earlier. So then we the applicant is required to make sure that they establish the assaying process in terms of the where they are going to establish their local refining, assaying. All that information has to be submitted, as well as the applicant has to inform us as to who they are going to export the gold to. And if they're going to be doing some refining abroad, they need to tell us who that refiner is. Now, that's basically sets out the process of submitting the application, and the bank then takes it from there, then screens the application. If it meets the requirement, then the bank issues a gold export license. Now, one key part of that is that any refiner, if it has to go through some kind of federal refining to make sure that the quality of gold reaches LBMA standard, which is basically 99.99% gold, purity of gold, then that applicant is required to make sure that that refiner is LBMA accredited. It cannot be any other refiner. So that's the requirement for federal refining abroad. Now, in terms of coming back to this particular exporter, we are aware of it. We are aware of it, and we have done our own internal assessment in terms of what's coming into the country in terms of export proceeds, as well as what's going out of the country in terms of actual shipment of gold. And we saw a significant decline between 2021 and 2024. So we began investigating, and by first starting off with the licensed gold exporters, we met with them and to find out exactly what they are seeing in terms of this anomaly in the data that we are seeing. And they did tell us that, yes, there's smuggling going on. So we went further than that, and we did actually went to the place where this particular company X is conducting its business operations this year. And we did an investigation into the refining and assaying process. And up until now, we have completed the report, and the report is going to management with recommendation as to what we need to do going forward. So part of that investigation also involved liaising with other stakeholders, especially the airlines at the airport. Now, we did have discussions with them, and what they told us was that the screening machines there are not calibrated to detect gold and physical cash. This is one of the problems we found out. That's contributing to this issue of smuggling of gold.
I'll just interrupt you there very quickly. So this company is required to give you a report upon every export it does from the company that's going to refine the gold? I just want to clarify that.
Correct. It's required to do that. So at the time when we did the audit, we did it together with the MRA team, and audit found out that the equipment that they're using is not up to standard. So that's part of the recommendations that we have made to management. Once management approves the recommendation.
So is the company stopped from exporting until they meet this requirement, or are they still allowed to export as they please?
Once the report goes to management and the management gives us a green light to proceed,
how long will this take?
Then we will issue instruction to the company.
So how long will this take?
It should take us within a month to issue instruction to the company.
From the first date that you detected this, when did you detect this?
It was, I think it was in 2014 something, it was in July.
So from 2014 till now 2025, this company has still been exporting. Is that what you're telling me, even though you've known that they were operating apparently illegally?
It's not illegally, but the quality of gold that they were shipping was below what we expected. And that triggered us to investigate.
For instance, okay, thank you. Governor Bird, you wanted to ask a question.
Well, I've got a series of questions. Obviously, part of your role is making sure that gold, being one of the currencies of the earth, if you like, you have a significant interest in that for safeguarding the country's interests. Now, I'm just curious, given and I won't stick to this one example, out of all the exporters that you have, that you license to export gold, how many of them have you had problems with? Just give me a round figure. Is it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or how many?
This particular one is the obvious one. That's the one that we've had problems with.
Only one. How many exporters do you have in total?
Currently, it's about around 7. Yeah.
So out of the 7, you found problems with 1.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Now, based on the information that we were given, and I don't know if our secretariat can. I want that chart where it shows the gold being smuggled. If you could put it up on the screen while I'm asking the question, just so our officials from the central bank can appreciate the enormity of the problem. Now, according to these charts, which is only for the last 5 years or so, there's been significant movement of smuggled gold out of the country. And the indication is that perhaps your own systems are picking this up as well, and some of the other agencies are picking it up. And on my estimate, just looking at the numbers, and again, I'm estimating $300 million a year is being undeclared and not coming back to the country. And again, this has implications for the grey listing and all of these other matters that we have been concerned with. Now, if you go back and look at the level of investment in mechanized alluvial mining in the last 5 years, it's quite significant, very significant. In fact, from some of the estimates, it's probably up around 75%. So there's been around a 75% increase in mechanized alluvial mining in the last 5 years, which is significant. Now, in that same period, while the level of investment has increased tremendously, actual gold exports have declined significantly. It's almost an inverse relationship. Investment go up, go to a level we've never seen before. Perhaps the last time we saw that kind of investment was in the 1940s in the Waubulolo area. So you've got a similar investment now, but in those days, gold production actually went up. Today, we are seeing the reverse happening. Massive investment, and now you look at Mantablong. Screen now. Massive investment in alluvial mining, mechanized alluvial mining, but production has dropped almost 80,000 ounces. Now that's based on what we know. Now, and that loss is estimated at $300 million a year to the country. Undeclared, how M go out, we are still trying to figure it out after how many years. There's probably, some viable places to look at. However, let's just assume that the level of production increased based on the investment. Then we are looking at least, in my view, we are losing $1.2 billion a year. If I'm just estimating based on 75% increase in investment, based on the current loss that's happening, 80,000 ounces a year is what we are losing as a country, or going unreported, or whatever we want to call it. Now, given all of that, assuming lowest case scenario, we're losing $300 million a year. My conservative estimate, we're losing $1.2 billion a year. Okay? UPLAL or central bank, how much is this a concern to you, if that is indeed the case? And so that's my first question. Is it a significant concern to the central bank? Given that your job, and I know that our current foreign reserves are $3.2 billion. If we are losing $300 million a year, that's 10% of our foreign reserves we are losing. if we are losing $1.2 billion a year, that's being undeclared, then the country is losing almost 1/3, 33% of our foreign exchange holdings currently in stock. We are losing every year. So for the last 5 years, we've either lost 1.5 billion or we've lost, what, 5.8 billion. That's how much we've lost, dollars. Our country has lost. So to me, if I was your central bank governor, I'd be freaking out right now. If I was prime minister, I'd be freaking out right now. Because in terms of our overall economy, this is a significant loss. I mean, not legally something. So how much priority are you putting on this? To figure out the actual extent of the loss, one, how much we are losing as a country, and two, what are we doing about it, or what are we going to do about it? I mean, we've just heard from MRA. MRA only walk come stop lo mak blol. Yupla then you got walk blo yupla come stop. So in between yourselves, in between customs, police, I don't know, whoever else, and MRA, we have to figure out how to tackle this problem. To just sit down, you found out in 2014, it's now 2025. 11 years later, MIPLA still in no act. Lo des la company. Okay? You want to correct it? Was it 2014? 2024. All right. So you've known for about a year now. Okay.
So not 2014. Let's
Not
just correct that.
Can we correct that?
Thank you. When you said 2014, it was very alarming. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, my brain is wired to pick up numbers, so we all think differently. Me gets him straight 2014 blue year. But do you see the way I'm seeing the problem? It is significant. If we were to stop $1.2 billion of currency leaking, then our people would be paying less for a bag of rice, right? Because it would help strengthen the PNG kina. Our people we'd be paying less for diesel, we'd be paying less for a lot of other things, simply because the currency is being captured in our system. Right now it's not being captured, it's just people have figured out a way to bypass you. They figured out a way to bypass MRA. We are already figuring out that there's issues between NAC and customs. NAC has basically told customs, and I was just informing the governor here that we passed a bill on the floor to amend the NAC Act a few years back. I'm sure most of the members of parliament didn't read it. As we usually do, we don't read bills, we just pass them because we are told to pass them. So it's not just your weakness, you've got weaknesses in parliament too. I'm just being honest and upfront with all of you. But to point out to you that while we've all been sleeping, some smart individual or individuals have figured out how to brilliantly, smart plastilia. They're very smart about how they've developed this mechanism to rob our country. So me like Sabe, as one of your vocal members on the floor of parliament, what can we do? Me yet personally, I want to grab these people by the scruff of the neck, break their legs if I can, and I want them to pay for the crime, and I want to stop this from happening. And I'm sure the rest of my colleague members feel the same way. So, me come down strongly, line law, central bank. What can we do about this? All of you, one blah 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 blah, give me an answer. I don't want us to wait. You know, if you can suspend all these licenses and fix the problem, you know who the good operators are. Larim tupla manta sol export na sat him down on narpla faipla. I want to hear that from you today, gentlemen. Sorry me to talk plenty, but I wanted to paint a picture of what it is I'm seeing from the perspective of a member of parliament who is concerned about our citizens, our livelihood. But more than that, I'm worried about the price of a bag of rice that our people have to pay for, simply because we are unable to do our jobs. Gentlemen?
Thank you, Governor. I think the questions are very straightforward there. If the team could provide some answers. We're very concerned that this information is available and very little is done to act on it. For instance, in addition to what the governor asked, I'm curious to know, has the exporter's license, has it been reviewed? In my opinion, it should be suspended immediately. Once you have this information available, there's evidence there of what appears to be smuggling.
Or at least a show cause notice.
These are crimes in breach of the Customs Act, in breach of the Criminal Code. That's more than enough to suspend the license. Has that happened, or is the company still allowed to operate? Because from my own information, and I would like MRA to take note, the company is now delving into mining. Not only is it purchasing alluvial gold and smuggling it out, it's now applied for tenements for hard rock mining throughout the country. You know? Now we will be asking labor and migration to turn up, as well as IPA, and asking them these questions. How are they dealing with this particular company? We have a bad actor in our country, and we know about it. And we're letting them continue to behave in this way. So, adding on to Governor's questions, what is Central Bank doing about this? And has the company's license been reviewed? Or are we going to wait for the management report? Or what's going to happen? Thanks, gentlemen.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair and member. In terms of the concern, yes. Central Bank is concerned about it because alluvial gold exports contributes a significant portion of inflows into the reserves that the Central Bank manages. So, in terms of the concern, yes, the Central Bank is concerned about it. Now, in terms of the approach towards dealing with this particular company as well as the entire alluvial mining sector, our recommendation is for the management to approve a review of the entire licensing process. And that has to be done together with other stakeholders, relevant stakeholders, including NICIT. NICIT, which is the entity responsible for certifying the processes involved in.
So you don't have a mechanism now to immediately put a stop to it to prevent further crimes from being committed. You have to wait for management to come back to you.
Yes, correct, because that's the process. Once management approves their report recommendation,
the process should be, if you're a government official, the process should be, let me tell you, if you're a government official, the process should be, if you detect a crime, you need to intervene immediately. Immediately. It's like a policeman seeing a robbery take place. He doesn't have to run back to the police station to report to his police station commander and wait for approval from his police station commander. He doesn't do that. When he sees a crime, he intervenes immediately. And that's exactly what you should be doing. You should immediately intervene. Today, after this, I would think that you would go and immediately write a letter to this company and suspend their license. Because you've got overwhelming evidence right here. And we can present it to you as well. Because that's what should happen. Other than that, we don't know how long the management report may take to come back. You know, management reports in Papua New Guinea, government departments, they take a long time. You know, I mean, you sit in Parliament and you can see the Auditor General's reports and other reports that trickle in 4, 5, 6, 7 years after the fact. You can't wait any longer because they'll be continuously exporting, illegally exporting. What do you think?
Governor, your point is noted. As you know, as a bank, we have our internal process that we follow. So we will bring this important matter to the management's attention, and we'll push the report that we have it. We're going to push it to the management, and they will make the decision. That's what we can tell you right now. Yeah.
And we, as a committee, would like to hear as soon as possible, what your management response is. And we will provide a written, we will request for this information in writing to see what action. But as a committee, we can tell you that if we can see what's happening here with the evidence available, your organization is overdue for acting in regards to this to protect the interests of the people of Papua New Guinea in this regards.
Can I direct that question to FASU? What powers do you have in relation to something like this?
Thank you, Governor. So whenever we receive intelligence, we package it and we identify the predicate offenses, as I mentioned earlier this morning. and we identify which government agency should act based on our assessment of that intelligence and what laws they would have possibly breached. And we then disseminate that intelligence using the AML powers, making recommendations, and those recommendations are very, very specific, either for prosecution. If it's to do with the licensing, we will suggest that that licensing applicant be looked at with the consideration of revocation based on the risk appetite demonstrated through the intelligence that we would have packaged. So we would have disseminated that to all the relevant agencies to act on.
Okay, follow-up question. And again, it's coming back to the grey listing, it's coming back to the issue of money laundering, transnational crimes, transferring currency offshore using gold and perhaps other means. How many perpetrators have you identified through your process? One, that's question one. And of the perpetrators you have identified, how many have been prosecuted so far?
Thank you. The perpetrators range from anything between 1 to 5, 10 that I can think of from the top of my head, but there's more because most of them are also involved in illegal logging, as we suspect. And so they're the same perpetrators that are involved in illegal gold activities.
So it's a cartel?
Yes, it's a cartel. And as I mentioned earlier this morning, we look at very closely organized crime and crime syndicates and how they operate and what financing models they have in having to exploit natural resources, yes.
Okay, so how many have you prosecuted so far out of that number that you've identified?
Thank you. That's a really good question. I wish the public prosecutor and the law enforcement body were in the room because we don't have prosecutory powers. We can only, as I mentioned, we are an intelligence agency. Our job is to package and give the lead to the law enforcement body and tell them, for example, here's where the dead body is, that's where it's smelling. You need to go and identify the body.
And have you done that already?
Yes.
Have you?
Yes. We disseminate close to 1,000 suspicious matter reports or intelligence products over a course of a year, and that ranges from corruption to tax evasion to illegal logging to gold smuggling to.
So 1,000 matters, say this year, or say last year.
Yes.
Referred to the public prosecutor.
It has to go through the investigation channels. First before prosecution.
Okay, so your organization has been in existence for what, 7 years?
10 years.
10 years? And in 10 years, how many matters have you, just give me a round figure, have you pushed for further investigation?
Sure. I believe a couple of thousand.
So say 2,000.
Probably a bit more than that.
More than 2,000.
Yeah.
And out of that, not one single one has appeared before the court in the last 8 years?
We would have loved to see something like that, but no. Yeah.
So the answer is no?
No.
So of all the good work that your organization has done, identifying all these financial crimes that are being perpetrated on our systems and our people, not one has been prosecuted?
No.
Do you know why?
I have my own observations, and I think that will come through the written submissions that FASU will make.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, again, I represent you people on that floor, right? And I'm feeling helpless here listening to, I just listened to MRA, I listened to Customs and a range of other agencies, and I'm looking at the central bank now. Some of you have constitutional powers, and I'm feeling helpless. Can you imagine what the ordinary citizen would be feeling? What are your recommendations to us? How can we fix this problem where you've identified, say, between 2,000 and 3,000 cases that require action, yet none of those have been acted on in the last, say, 8 years, right? What can we do? What is your recommendation?
Thank you. If I can digress a bit with your question.
Please do.
And answer it this way. The Papua New Guinea's mutual evaluation last year on its AML effectiveness highlights that very concern that you raised, or the discussions that we are having, where financial intelligence dished out by FASU to law enforcement and regulatory powers have never been, or if you like, want for a better observation, the appetite shown to arrest those crimes has not been forthcoming. And that's a public document. It's made known in that. And because the country has not significantly progressed effectiveness in terms of the government mechanisms' ability to grapple those crimes, it is the reason why Papua New Guinea would be grey listed. So what can be done? There should be some political will. Laws need to be reformed.
Political will from who? Which minister? Which department?
It should be a whole of government approach.
Let's not mince words.
Sure.
Which ministries? All of government is fine. Which are the key ones?
Sure.
Is it Department of Justice? Who?
So there is a body called NEC created what we call the National Coordinating Committee on Money Laundering that consists of the 23 agencies that we spoke about this morning. They are responsible for the AML framework of this country. Each of us as agencies in that committee need to implement our action plans that is to a desired standard based on international standards. And collectively, we need to demonstrate effectiveness, particularly around...
Can I just stop
Sure.
you there? You said to me there's a lack of political will. Your words.
Yes.
So, since the cause is the lack of political will, I want you to identify exactly where this lack of political will is.
So, there's... Sorry. I think, sorry, what I'm trying to say is that there must be political will in order for the reform to happen. The AML, the mutual evaluation report highlighted about 75 recommended action items, and all those action items need to be actioned. In fact, it's a very good report because it highlights the gaps, and that requires certain legal reforms for the various pieces of legislation that are identified or considered deficient by that report, and that needs to be acted on within the next, say, 12 to 18 months. And we need to do those reforms collectively, not as an individual agency, but collectively. The report also highlights for demonstration of a sense of ownership by all regulatory agencies for fit and proper purposes, and it's not just the central bank, it applies to the securities market as well, Forest Authority, when it comes to issuing licenses or permits for logging, fisheries as well. So all regulatory agencies, including National Gaming Board, have to demonstrate an appetite towards ensuring that bad actors are not entering the systems through their processes. So that's what that report is.
Okay. Well, look, let me thank you for that. I want you to understand that I'm on your side. I'm asking the hard questions because someone has to, right? And I'm not here to be anybody's friend. I'm here because I think that we need to fix these things. I want to fix these things. I want to help you fix these things. I want to understand why, you know, MRA comes to a certain point and they stop, why you guys pick up and then stop at a certain point and someone else. And, you know, the way you are spelling it out, it sounds like it's a very complex issue. However, the impact of this complex issue is very simple. And so I'd like to find a simple solution around it. So, who is in charge of this agency? Is it the governor of the central bank? Is it the chief secretary? You know, there's got to be one appointment for the whole thing. And so, who is that person, if you can tell me?
Sure. So the committee is headed by, or co-chaired by the Secretary for Justice, Dr. Kwa, and the governor of the central bank. So it's a co-chaired approach. And then we have all these 23 agencies. Each of us have action items to deliver.
And how long have you been working on these action items, if I may ask?
So when the report was adopted in September last year, we were given what they call a observation period of 12 months. That observation period ends at the end of October. In that period, we were required as a country to demonstrate effectiveness in regulatory and supervision and compliance, law enforcement, that means investigating, prosecuting financial crimes based on intelligence that FASU would have shared, and also we needed to demonstrate domestic and international cooperation. So at the domestic front, agencies should demonstrate interagency cooperations on arresting financial crimes and dealing with them, and at the international level with the cross-border nature of those crimes, we needed to demonstrate that as well. So by the end of October, we will need to report back to this well-governing body as to what we have done, and they will then assess us whether we have effectively done anything or we have not. And that report is likely to be then tabled to determine whether we will be grey-listed or not.
Okay, coming back to the alluvial gold issue, and there's very significant leakage of gold. What role, would you play any role in that at all, in terms of investigating, in terms of figuring out the players and perhaps recommending also for, because obviously that's a large sum of money. It's between 300 million US dollars and could be upwards of 1.5 billion. I have no idea. I'm just estimating and plucking numbers based on best guess. Would you people have a role, and if so, how much would, how far would that reach, do you think?
So if I can backtrack and just say that yes, to answer your question up front, the answer is yes. Now, when the assessors are looking at it, they're looking at it from a risk point of view, and illegal logging, illegal gold smuggling has been an issue that the assessors would have or have picked up on as well. So they're expecting the country to demonstrate some effectiveness.
By the assessors?
Yes.
You mean the international assessors? Okay.
Correct. So we are bound to demonstrate effectiveness in that sense, and it is part of that assessment that I was referring to, that they will, when they make the observation, they will not just be looking at how effective have we dealt with illegal logging, corruption, or tax evasion. They will be also looking at the gold smuggling activities as well, and how well the agencies that have the respective mandates have banded together to try and arrest the crime.
Okay, so now that I've got that appreciation for the gold, since we are dealing with this one specifically, and it's a pretty big number. If it's 1.2 billion a year, then, dollars, that's a significant impact on the country. And again, this is something, if $300 million is missing annually from your balance sheet, which includes the foreign exchange reserves, obviously, that's a pretty big number, okay. How urgently would you all move on something like this? Obviously, we've heard from that gentleman at the end there that there's a current report to act on 1 hectare, but I'm sure this 1 hectare did not move 80,000 ounces of gold. That's probably a couple of tons at least. So it couldn't have been 1 hectare moving this much material. It has to be several hectares. And these hectares are not in the hard rock business, because obviously there's a very stringent level of mechanism for auditing and checking in the hard rock business. In the alluvial business, there doesn't seem to be a mechanism to monitor, 1, and 2, to capture the perpetrators. So how do we first of all deal with the matter and stem that leakage of gold? Because I'm looking at that graph that was put up there for your benefit. And, we went from 120,000 ounces 1 year, and the next year we're down to 40,000 ounces. Now, if this was me running my business, and I suddenly saw an 80,000 ounce gap in my business, I'd be breaking somebody's head to try to figure out what's going on. Now, we're running a country, and you've heard me coin this phrase, tucker box. This looks to me like a tucker box operation, and I'm not happy with it. Because I see a whole bunch of Papua New Guinean professionals sitting in front of me, and I'm expecting better. So, how do we quickly stop this? How do we make it better?
Thank you, Governor. So one of the things that and because we want to show statistics for this report from FASUs, and one of the things we do is we proactively disseminate those intelligence quickly to the particular law enforcement and try to encourage them to act on it quickly. Some of those interventions have actually turned out into some very good results, which you've heard from the customs this morning, based on the tip-offs that we would have given them to act on as and when the perpetrator was about to board planes. And we're very happy with that. I'm sure we can do a bit more in that space, but again, we need to push very quickly with investigations and prosecutions to make sure.
What do we need? You've got more than 3,000 matters or 2,000 matters pending. What do we need? Do we need more warm bodies, more human beings,
I think we need
more money? What do we need?
I think we just need a sense of strong leadership from each of the respective agencies to own the issue and drive it collectively so we can band together to collaboratively deter the crime.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Governor Bird, and thank you, gentlemen. Just some very good points there that you brought out. Just very quickly, the crimes that we are discussing here, you know, when you talk about gold smuggling or any form of smuggling or trafficking, and any crime that crosses borders, they are described as transnational crimes. Okay, now, there used to be an organization called the Transnational Crimes Investigation Unit, and in Bomana that used to operate. It was with customs, police, migration, and from time to time NIO would be brought in, IPA, etc., other organizations. Are you aware of this multi-agency effort still in place or still being carried out by the government? Are you aware of this, or does the Transnational Crimes Unit still operate according to your knowledge? Do you interact with it?
Thank you. Yes, Governor, we are aware of its existence. We are aware of those officers that are involved. What do we think should be done? We just need to, again, it comes down to us having to band together as agencies to take ownership of the issues and run with it. And so we need to show some real leadership amongst ourselves to act on those transnational crimes here.
I do agree with you in that regards. Because as transnational crimes cannot be investigated by one entity alone. These are very complex crimes, and as you've pointed out, created or committed by a cartel or cartels, you know, and for them, they don't care about the product, whether it's guns or drugs or timber or gold, whatever it is that they can use to generate a lot of revenue, they will do it, and they're not worried about whether it breaks laws or not. I think what's happened is we are finding that the agencies and organizations responsible for conducting investigations and prosecutions, these agencies and organizations need help. They are not performing those duties, roles, and responsibilities adequately to the satisfaction of the people of Papua New Guinea. And so that's where, as Governor Bird pointed out, we're here to help, you know. And if it means we have to, Head of Secretariat, take note, if we have to bring the heads of your departments in here, so that we can hear from them, you know, what are they doing as heads of departments? What are the problems they face, the challenges that they may be facing, so that we can address this serious growth in the perpetration of transnational crimes. Now, I had the opportunity to work in the early stages of the formation of the Transnational Crimes Investigation Unit. Myself, a gentleman by the name of Peter Guinness from the police, and Richard Terry from the Australian Federal Police helped establish this organization. And that was sometime in 2000, that was under the management and guidance of our head of secretariat at that time. He was the Commissioner General, Mr. David Sode. And that happened in 2000 and I believe 6, 5 thereabouts. And already there were alarming indications that transnational crimes would proliferate throughout Papua New Guinea and cripple our economy if we did not take action then. Fast forward to today, and it seems that things have gotten to the stage we warned about then. Is that a fair comment, Wilson? As a person involved in FASU, you're responsible for intelligence, specifically to do with the bank and anti-money laundering, but I would say, moreover, with transnational crimes. Would that be a fair comment to say that we've now arrived at the situation we warned about, say, 15 years ago, 10, 20 years ago?
Absolutely, Governor. That's a very fair statement, or in fact, a very true statement to make. I will refer you to a document that FASU published back in 2017. It's called the National Risk Assessment on Money Laundering and Terrorism Financing. In that report, we identified the top 5 risks this country faces. Number 1 was tax evasion, money laundering to tax evasion, corruption, fraud through government procurement fraud. 4 was illegal logging and fishing. And the 5th one, back then in 2017, which we had no visibility of, but we were already picking up signs on that we thought that 5 years down the line it will translate into something material was the importations of drug and drug distribution and the increase in organized crime. That was 2017, and that report has stood to tell the test of times, where fast forward 5 years later and we see planes flying off from here with drugs. And those predictions were made back then through that report. It's a public document that's available on our website. And that's when we started to raise concerns around, okay, what else can we do? So we then went and actively pursued a relationship directly with Interpol. Today we have that relationship directly with Interpol in having to bring them on board to try and see if we can upskill our own colleague agencies in terms of their capacity to understand on how we could deal with cross-border nature of crimes.
So very quickly, Wilson, do all these agencies that you named, there's about 23 of them, they would have a particular officer who's responsible for, taking action on these reports that you send. Am I correct?
That's correct. We also have MOUs with most of, if not all of those agencies for information sharing purposes. But in fact, we don't really need MOUs because our enabling legislation respectively allows us to share information. And we should be encouraged to be a bit more proactive and again, it comes back to the sense of ownership to be proactive to.
Is there a requirement by these agencies to respond and say, we have taken that intelligence and acted upon it, or there's no requirement?
For us, there is every intelligence that we send, we attach what we call a feedback form.
Just a receipt?
What we ask is for them to give us a feedback as to what they would have done with that intel, or that whether the intel that we were giving them is maybe say 80% correct, or would they want any more information, additional information. We stand ready to support any investigations as a result of that referral.
So, panel members, you may agree or disagree, but I think we have a light at the end of the tunnel, so to speak. We've developed this capacity to develop intelligence in regards to transnational crimes that are being committed in or perpetrated in this country. Mm-hmm. And this intelligence, if it's sound enough, I would suggest that it identifies the perpetrators, the individuals and the organizations, and perhaps even goes as far to say how it's being perpetrated, these crimes are being perpetrated. So now I think what's happening here, panel members, is this information gets to the relevant organizations, and then for whatever reason, those organizations don't take that information and they're not running with it. These organizations are also tasked to protect PNG interest, but for whatever reason, those organizations aren't doing that. So that's what we have to find out. We have to find out, why aren't these organizations doing that? Why is there rampant smuggling, trafficking in forestry? Why is there rampant smuggling and trafficking in fisheries, for instance, and now alluvial mining? And each and every time we witness this lack of action, we see ourselves slipping closer and closer to the gray list. What happens after the gray list, Mr. Onea? What's next?
Well, when you enter the grey list, you don't come out until you have actioned all the action items that they require you to action as a country.
So the trend is that we're not actioning any of these action items anyway. There seems to be no urgency at all by any of the agencies to action these action items. So if we're into the grey list now, and if that trend continues, what happens?
One of the things, and this is based on my own experience dealing with countries that have been grey listed through this process, is that because when a country is grey listed, what they do is they demand for the countries to come up with an action plan and very clear deliverables with timeframes. So some of those action items we will be required to do an undertaking that it will be done in 6 months, 18 months, 12 months, based on the weight of that action items and how long it may take. But they will also be realistic with those timeframes as well. And as a country, we are required to, on a 3-monthly basis, report on the progress of each of those action items. And when I say report, they mean you have to show evidence. Did you investigate this crime? Did you prosecute it? Where is the verdict? Where is the outcome? Is it on open source media? Can I find it? Or can you send me the summary of the court verdict on it? So it's evidence-based, backed report that we will continue to submit, and it's a very intensive process.
Is it fair to say, Wilson, that had these agencies acted on the intelligence that you had given to them, we could have actually prevented ourselves from getting on the grey list. Is that a fair comment?
I think it's a very fair comment. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So basically the grey listing is just acknowledging that our systems are not functioning. That's all it is.
That's correct. Basically, it acknowledges that you have a system that's there, but you need to make it work.
So coming back to, say, central bank, in this particular instance, where we are concerned about this very serious smuggling of alluvial gold, how quickly do you think you can act on it? We've heard that there's in this one particular case, there's a report that's gone up to management. Am I correct to assume that? And so hopefully there'll be some feedback within 21 days perhaps. And then what happens? Do we revoke this person's license, or do we give them a show cause notice, or what do we do?
Like in what we as a bank, what we are looking at is we want to look at it in terms of a holistic approach, where we want to the report and the recommendation we are doing. The other agencies they are also like part of they're playing a role in that smuggling thing. So we also we are doing a recommendation that will also go to them as well to implement. And this dialogue has been going on.
Can I stop you for a minute?
Yeah.
You said some of our agencies are playing a role in this smuggling. Your words. What do you mean by that?
Sorry,
all help him all, all to involve or steal, or can you?
If it is an allegation, then we really need to like make our recommendation to them, because we've already done some work around that, and this report that will be going, it's also it contains those recommendations. So how they will be improving on their side, and what we'll be doing, what we'll be implementing. So that's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, let me give you a hypothetical situation. Let's just say me, this la man where me walk lo steal him gold stuff here. Now you walk lo working more process blow you na, you walk lo story one them all narlo all agencies blow you stuff yet na. Meanwhile, me steal yet stuff. What's going to say? I'm the person that's stealing this 80,000 ounces of gold. Am I going to stop stealing simply because you people are doing your work? Na you story na me lo you bled na only meeting lo you plan na. What's going to happen to this la steal money? What are we going to do with that person in the meantime while you are doing all these things? I'm by Poret lo you mean na, I'm by Tanimbel na come up Christian overnight na stop him steal lo. I mean, I'm being sarcastic here, but you understand where I'm going with this. This guy is going to continue doing, I'm by walk blow yet. Because I'm somewhere also you blog lo meeting stuff yet na. Story one them all agencies go come na. Online lo customs too, no got house carabus blow lo locky man, so I'm by still carry gold na. I'm somewhere also there's la metal detector, you know, so detect him gold, so I'm by still walking yet. What are we going to do, gentlemen? I'm country blow you me. I'm you blow get a Papua New Guinea and you me look you me at stuff. What are we going to do to stop these people? Can the central bank recommend to say police or customs or somebody, you know, is it possible for us? We're losing minimum of $300 million a year as it is. That's what we are losing. While we are still going through our processes, we are still losing. You know, me no sem you me working process, but you mean still I'm by stop. I'm continue yet until we do something. So I'm interested in that action of actually you me holding passive nesla maniana, passive legan bloem na putimem lo bomana, preferably bomana. Me no like lo depotimem hariap, me like mem golo bomana paste. You understand what I'm saying to you? You me in our office, you mean I me working more decision office staff na. Criminally, I'm operate outside law office. You mean stuff. I know it's a hard question, but I need an answer that resolves this. Customs just told us they don't know how to sell. Na time all go use himself lo police or need him OB number. No got OB number okay tupla mania. Tupla man walking wrong ya tupla rono finish na passport tasolem customs solim start. We just heard from them earlier in the day. You understand what I'm saying? It's no point all of us feeling helpless. Me like Sabe Street, lo desla policeman and by holy mem na put him handcuff on that blunge. Who is the one that's going to do that? Who is going to stop this person from doing whatever he wants in our country when nobody is going to go after him? Who's going to stop him? You bla control him license blunge me na mito to wanda you bla. Ba ibla stop him sina license or ba ibla mingi money?
Thank you, committee member. This particular entity, I think the bank has to take action on. So there are, I think, about 3 options now. Terminate the license, that's the first thing. And then the second thing is, it's not only that entity, but there are also others that are involved in smuggling, of course, which we are aware of, and we've got we've seized the gold and it's in our boat. And the second thing is to the bank to start prosecuting those people, to send the message out to the public that, look, we are prosecuting these kind of people. So that's,
let me interrupt you. You are telling us exactly what we already know, what you are supposed to do. What we want to know is what you're going to do now. Okay, you are aware that crimes are being committed. These are crimes. Okay, there's sufficient information here, evidence that these crimes are being committed. So as public servants, you're duty bound to act on this information. And acting doesn't mean defer the matter to management to deal with. As Governor pointed out, acting means you take action now on behalf of the people of Papua New Guinea. You swore an oath, we all did when we were public servants, to serve without fear or favor. This is where it comes in. This is where you do that. The first thing you should be doing is preventing more crimes from being committed. And the first thing you need to do is suspend that license. And I'm sure there are provisions to suspend that license. If you went and studied those provisions, they have already been met. Suspend that license immediately. That's the first thing you do. And then you investigate these offenses that have been committed by this company. And then you work with your agencies. Police in this instance, prosecutor comes later. The investigation part has to happen first. Investigate. As a multi-agency entity, you've got this company is also breaching company laws, which IPA is responsible for. This company is also breaching labor laws, which Labor Department is responsible for. This company is breaching migration laws, which migration is responsible for. All these agencies need to be brought in immediately. They need to be sat down at a table. This information needs to be given to them, and action has to be taken immediately. What you're doing is taking this information and writing a report to your boss, to wait for your boss to respond and tell you how to do your job. And then when the report comes back to you, then you're going to act on that report. Now, how long will this take? Meanwhile, the gold smuggling will continue. That's the point here, gentlemen. So you've got a wonderful tool here, FASU. We're very fortunate that our intelligence in this regard is robust, thanks to the efforts undertaken in 2017. Great. The enforcement mechanisms appear to be very weak. Prosecution is non-existent. Why? Because the enforcement mechanisms have not kicked in, they're weak. So we have to do something about this. And that's what we're proposing here. We're urging you to take action. So, I mean, the next step is head of secretariat. We will be writing to your heads of departments and saying, you guys need to act on this immediately on behalf of the 10 million people of this country. We have an invasive character in our country now. And they're working and operating with impunity. Imagine this, if they were back in their own home country and they were doing this. Do you think their government would let them? I guarantee you they wouldn't. Imagine this, if you as a Papua New Guinean were acting like this in their country, would they let you do this? Would they allow you to operate while they write a letter to management and wait for management to respond whenever they want to? What would they do? If you were, say, in Singapore now, or in Hong Kong, or in China, and you were committing these breaches, what do you think the governments of those countries would do to you? Let me ask you. They would not hesitate. Within less than, the moment they found out that crimes were being committed, they would act. That's what we have to do. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We have SIPA here, and I know that member for Warrior has been dying to ask a few questions of our friend from SIPA, but please, your excuse, gentlemen. Member for Warrior has some questions he may ask, and then we can move on to SIPA. You can give us a report on, or a brief on what you do in relation to the gold trading activities. And then we can break for coffee, and we can take it from there. Member for Warrior, please.
Okay, I think just one or two questions. We have heard from Sean that of that particular entity that doing the smuggling or illegal gold to Hong Kong and then back to Singapore. Did FASU you find out some information like that, or?
I can say yes, but I'm also bound by my own law not to discuss any particulars of any dissemination that we have made to both law enforcement, both domestically and internationally. But you can be rest assured that some of the intelligence that we have disseminated to our counterparts regionally have translated into activities to deal with the perpetrators in those countries. So we are very comfortable with the intelligence that we are sharing to our law enforcement.
Okay, so you also mentioned that when you refer those investigations to our prosecution, it's being there's a backlog; they are not being processing. Am I correct?
It's a very fair observation to make, because if they were acted on, we would have statistics for investigations and prosecutions at this stage.
Okay, so what are the other jurisdictions? How are they doing it? You know, do they set up FASU in their own, like for example Australia? Have they set up FASU like FASU unit?
So every country by international law is required to have a FASU equivalent. That's why FASU exists.
Okay, so they process it to the prosecution, and they process the.
That's correct.
Do the FASU have the prosecution powers, or somebody else has to do that?
So different countries have different setups. So in this case, the FASU equivalent is in the central bank, and that's very common within the Asia-Pacific region because of the size and complexity of the setups. In other countries, you would have, say for example, in New Zealand, the FASU equivalent is a prosecuting agency as well, because it sits within the police. So they have prosecutory investigations and prosecution powers. In Australia, it's a standalone entity. It's an agency of its own. It's not all it does is collect, like FASU, it will collect the intelligence and disseminate it to law enforcement to prosecute.
So we're having the same, not the same, but a similar issue also with the customs. The customs reporting a crime, they have the powers to prosecute. Am I right? You have the powers to prosecute, but you cannot hold them in a cell, in a police cell. But can you put on the mic, please?
Yeah, that's the current issue that we are facing with the holding cell.
Or is it? Have you faced that issue before, or just now you're facing that issue?
This was the first two arrests that we did this year, and we are facing that issue.
With them.
Yes.
Why can't you report them to the police so that they can create an OB? Or you have to create an OB, there's a need for you to create an OB, or why can't you get a police to create an OB?
Like I explained on my earlier presentation, we had this cocaine smuggling case that the plane got crashed. Police did the arrest for the customs breaches, and we went to court. The court clearly demarcated that any customs breaches the arrest has to be made by customs officers only, not police officers. So we have to abide by that. Otherwise, the court might throw our case.
Okay. So there's a law or something we have to amend to sort for you to make that possible, or is there an arrangement with the police? How can we fix this?
Yeah. We have an MOU with the police.
Mhm.
It depends on our heads to talk, convert with themselves. So we create a venue for us to utilize the police.
Okay, so how many instances now that you have the MOU in place already?
Already in place.
Okay, so you're just waiting to locate that particular
The suspect.
suspect to bring it. Do you have other instances of crime or just this one suspect?
For the two suspects here in Mosby.
Okay.
We also have 4 suspects in Wanimo, but the police did accommodate for the suspects to be locked up. But we have that issue here in Mosby.
Okay, okay. So you already have an MOU, so that should be solved when you find a suspect. If there is a future breaches like that, now that the MOU is in place, you'll be able to prosecute that.
Yes, we have an existing MOU. We will still have to liaise with our police counterparts to accommodate for the detention of our suspects.
Okay. All right, thank you. It's very interesting because we are just one government, but our different axes not allowing us to work together. So there's some instances like, for example, SIPA. You're based in Port Moresby. The environment is damaged in Bulolo. You don't have an office in Ley or office in Bulolo or Wow, so you don't know what is happening on the ground. So I want to ask you, you have an arrangement with the provincial government or DDA or local level government to delegate some of your functions?
Our role is to grant them environment permits, which is basically our eyes and ears on the ground. The alluvial miners will have to comply with our environment terms and conditions.
How you get the players to be the referee at the same time?
Well, we expect them to produce quarterly, 6 monthly, and annual reports to us, and from time to time we do our own compliance inspections to the sites.
So do they produce that report to you?
It is a requirement in the environment permit, but they don't.
So when they don't provide those reports to you, what do you do?
Well, we could revoke the permits, but in my memory, I think so far we have not penalized any permit holder.
Yeah, so it's not working.
It's not working.
You admit that your enforcement, your compliance is not working. So what are we going to do about it? How are we going to make it work? Have you traveled to Bulolo or Wow?
I've been there a number of times.
Okay, did you see the distraction the alluvial mining is having on the river system and on the road?
Yes.
So what are we doing about it? Whose responsibility to? I'm just spoke with the Department of Works Secretary, and I asked him to fix the Waupulo highway, and he's really angry because the alluvial mining is the way they're doing alluvial mining. They're stockpiling, and they're diverting the course of the water, and it went and destroyed the road. So they're scared to invest again to rebuild the Waupulo highway.
Yeah, the Waupulo area is that area is for decades. There's been so much alluvial mining activities, and if you look at the environment, it's heavily impacted. So we can't do much, but we could penalize them as per if there's a breach in the environment permit condition, we could penalize them.
You say you have not penalized or you have not enforced that, and it's there. So, do you need help in enforcing those laws?
Yes.
What sort of help do you need?
Well, basically in terms of funding and police force. We need to go in there, tell the alluvial miners, as per the permit condition, you need to do this. you need to manage the environment this way, divert the course of the river, proper ways of managing the environment, but when it comes to compliance enforcement, we have never done it.
So, can you, we do this conversation. I think, can you go do a write-up or something?
And most of the times we are more focused on the big mines like Pogora, Lear, and Octeri, and we have neglected the alluvial mining sector. And I mean, I can admittedly say that they've been cowboys. They've done so much damage to the environment than the large-scale mining operations like Pogora and Lear and Octeri.
No, we talk through so. I think. Do you think a new alluvial mining act should be able to also help to control the environment?
Mining act, or we could come up with an alluvial mining policy.
We already have an alluvial mining policy.
Yeah, that's for MRA, Department of Mining. But
if I may intervene, when the mechanized alluvial mining, before it even proceeds, part of the requirement is that before the agreement is signed, the tribute agreement is signed between the leaseholder and the operator, SIPA is required to give an environmental permit as part of this permitting process. Is that correct?
The environmental permit is a prerequisite to the mining lease.
Okay. So that means that these miners that are destroying his roads, they provide to you, they provide to SIPA an environmental plan, right?
Yes.
Now, in that environmental plan, the damage that he is talking about should have been taken care of in that environmental plan. Am I correct?
Yes.
So if suddenly his roads are getting damaged, that means that someone is not complying to the environmental plan that they gave to you, to your department, to provide the environmental clearance for mining MRA to give their mining permit. Am I correct?
Yes.
So why isn't SIPA coming down to his district to deal with these mining operators who have obviously breached their environmental permits?
Well, I can say it's a failure on our part, and at the same time, it's a failure on the part of the permit holders as well.
So why aren't you acting? That's his question. Why aren't you acting on this failure?
We had a compliance inspection visit to your electorate in 2024 when you reached.
Yeah, I paid for both of your trips.
And so what have you done? He paid for it. He brought you people there. You saw the breaches, and what have you done about it?
We did a report.
We are hearing a lot about reports. They don't seem to mean much to these operators.
Well, what actually happens is when we go to the site, we tell the permit holders this is what you are doing, which is wrong. I mean, we tell them there are non-compliances here.
Are there penalties for non-compliance?
There are penalties for
What are
non-compliance.
those penalties?
Well, we revoke the permit.
Did you revoke any of these permits that are destroying, the operators are destroying
Not
his
so
road?
far.
Why not? I'm walk blow you, yeah. Me
That's a
asking
big
you to
area,
walk
so-
blow you.
Yeah.
Blow one em na you play no nap lo revoke him all this la permit. One can ask him not to solve me ask him lo central bank ya me ask him lo you. Em question blow. Member blow wa warrior.
Chairman, look at all work lo busy lo, all big lo mine, all the legal mining, all people work lo, all small scale mining, AML, ML, you plan no busy to mass. And one kind, I think you all get a. You SIPA, MRA, Bank of PNG, this small scale mining and this alluvial mining, and you plan busy lo big la mines. Now this lo legal mines, you plan no busy. So I think you guys should create our own department or division or section or act. We should create our own because you guys are really focusing on the small big minings. You SIPA, you focusing on big mining. Bank of PNG, you focusing on big mining. MRA, you focusing on big mining, but small scale mining and alluvial mining need there's a vacuum there, and all this smuggling and all this illegal destruction of environment is happening there. So we really need a act of our own, a legislation of our own that can group him all together, SIPA, everything, all get something like one pla officer. So people can go and look. I think Chairman, it's to us maybe some recommendation like that to the Parliament to create a separate entity or separate legislation for us for the small scale mining. You be like awesome. You SIPA used to have a Mosby. You know, why can't you go into partnership with provincial government or local level government, the LLGs or DDAs, to play some of your roles, like checking all permit here. You calling 5,000? How much do you collect for a permit, environment permit, for one small scale AML or ML?
They only pay the upfront fees, which is 3,800 kina. We give them the permit. They don't pay the annual fees. For ML, it's like 35,000. AML, 17,000, but they don't pay these fees.
You see, if you go into partnership with the local level government or DDA and provincial government, they will collect those fees and they will do the check your permits and all these things. You are not. You need to think partnership, collaboration. You national government, there's a local level government, there's a provincial government. You know, you national government work or something. There's a local provincial government and there's a local level government. You plan to collective fees give some of fees to provincial government and local government collective all can work just like I work people at the me give people buying fees people and buying when a ticket people so me frustrated because I'm spending money but it's not happening. I'm still seeing my road being distracted. All sensitive cost water. This is not good. You go place blue, all working most of the place blue, ground blue, we don't have mamas. Papa go working water and put him the road block him here, you block on a sentencing again, walk on the road again. We should be mindful of these things, and you are the entity that there to protect those things, and you are not doing your job. Chairman, sorry, I rest my case.
Thank you, Member for Wawari, and thank you, SIPA. I think it's ongoing revelation of the same situations we are finding in regulatory authorities, organizations. There's a lack of will, if you will, to enforce the law. That's what we're seeing. Issuing permits and licenses, that's easily done, but the effort to ensure that there is compliance and then the application of penalties for those who are not compliant, enforcement and prosecution of those who breach these laws or flaunt these laws, that effort has not been adequately undertaken. That's what I've seen from all the government entities that have come before us, the exception of FASU, who are an intelligence organization, so they're just doing what they're supposed to do, but the bodies that are responsible largely for enforcement, it's not happening. So we would like to hear from you in writing. If you can sum up, after this meeting, I would like MRA, Central Bank, FASU, Customs, SIPA, to go back and prepare a report and say, this is why we're incapable of enforcing, or these are the challenges we're facing in enforcing the law. You know, what is it? Be thorough and put those in writing. We'd like to see your submissions in that regards. It would be very useful. We will take industry. They have been waiting here patiently. There are a number of them here. And so we'll break for coffee or tea, 10 minutes, and then we will take industry to do their presentations. And it'll be very important that you regulatory authorities listen to this. These are the stakeholders there on the front line that are feeling the pinch, and they've raised it to us. They've raised it to parliamentary committee level. You know, they've said, nothing's happening. Here is this company X, which has essentially smuggled out huge volumes of gold for the last how many years, and they're still operating in this country with their license, still buying alluvial gold, still transshipping it to Hong Kong and then selling it to their own company and all of those things that we just spoke about. And, you know, it's still operating. So we'd like to hear from the operators because they're suffering. Regulatory authorities are supposed to ensure a level playing field. Level playing field for all the companies and organizations that are paying their taxes, abiding by the laws, respecting our country, doing their part. Meanwhile, we're allowing bad actors, transnational criminal organizations and individuals to essentially do as they please and get away with it. That's the situation we face now. So we'll break for coffee, 10 minutes, and then we'll be back to hear from industry, if you will. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Electoral Commission one, elections one, yeah, because of those bastards that's all over the place.
They'll never follow your recommendations unless you force them.
They're following, but your illustrious minister is going off on a tangent.
He's getting biometric or something.
Yeah.
Can't be done in this short time.
But that one, he came and make the announcement, and they say you don't have the powers to make the announcement.
Yeah. More tablets.
These Oro MPs are just something else, aren't they?
It's from Western Province, you.
No.
Yeah. Except the governor.
It's from Western Province, not from Oro. So, but our own are worse anyway. Order. If we can have everyone here, the afternoon is dragging on. We don't want to hold people too long, but we still have a lot of important discussions. And I just want to highlight here that this doesn't end here. We will have, this is the beginning of a series of discussions and that we as a panel will be having with our stakeholders. And basically looking at what can be done to fix the situation that we have now in this particular sector, and to look at scrutinize the regulatory authorities that are responsible and find out what's going on. And it's your opportunity to also speak up. Do not be afraid to speak up. What are your issues that you are facing as an organization that's preventing you from going out and serving your country? You know, that's another proposal. No, well, that's something I would like to add here. Now we've come to the stage where we will be asking industry, and we have two organizations here, or several actually, but the two that we will start with will be Tribal Mining, Mr. Justin Parker, and then Golden Valley, Mr. Luke. Luke, I forgot how to pronounce your surname. I'm bad with surnames, as you can tell. Yeah. So, and then we have Philip Sama is here, former MRA Managing Director. He's in a private capacity. Philip, who do you work for right now? Or you're consulting? Okay, PNG Chamber of Mines. Thank you very much. And then we have our team here from Sustainable Alluvial Services. They're doing wonderful work out there, helping train our alluvial miners how to mine in an environmentally sustainable way. So these are the three organizations. Then we will open up to the audience as well if they have any thoughts or points. I noticed a few faces here who have been sitting throughout. Thank you very much. You know, this is a very important inquiry. We all have to contribute to making our country a better place for our children. How do we do that? We scrutinize ourselves and see what's going on, what's going wrong, what we can do to improve, what have we done in the last 50 years, what are we going to do in the next 50, etc. So, without further ado, may I ask the owner of Tribal Mining, Mr. Justin Parker, to just share his thoughts, his views. Justin, you have about 10 minutes, 15 minutes to share your thoughts, and then we can, the panel may ask questions if they wish, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary, and the chairman and the panel up there. Appreciate all the time you've given us and hearing from the others about the sector. There's a few things, as you all know, that I've been pretty vocal about this alluvial sector for a while, and it's something that is closer to my heart, and it's something that I've been involved in both alluvial, in the buying and exporting, as well as now in the mining of alluvial. Yes, so I've been in the industry since 2003, and sort of built up from there, and at one stage became the biggest exporter in the country, leading the game, and now we've got all sorts of funny players in the game that is really affecting us, including the nation as a whole. To begin with, I just want to touch on the gold export figures we talked about in the 2020. I was very much aware of that, and I've been involved in that. And you know, when you look at the figure of about over 3 tons of gold being exported, if you can see on the graph there, in 2020, you know, you're looking at at today's price. Let's you know, that volume of that activity in the gold sector, in the alluvial sector, hasn't actually dropped. It has increased based on the fact that there was so many. Because of the price increase, there's a lot of locals that have gone into that industry, and it's actually picked up a lot. It's actually picked up a lot in the activity since 2000. So when you look at 2000, if you look at the value of that gold at today's price, including the exchange rate, you're looking at about 1.6 billion kina at that time in 2012 compared to now. That volume should still remain. And in fact, it should increase with the activity in the sector, because the gold price has actually gone up, and the activities that we've witnessed in the field, there's a lot more locals going mining, and the mechanized mining has increased. So by my observation, there's about double the amount of locals mining now. So let's just say at that time there was hardly any mechanized mining, and you're looking at that figure doubling as it is, based on the locals mining alone. And it's surprising to see the graph there and MRA's records showing that there is a significant decline. And at that time, there was this new players that came on in the alluvial sector in terms of export. And we've witnessed that they were not playing by the books. And it's very hard to compete when you're in that industry, when they're buying at prices, LBMA price in the country. It's impossible for them to do that unless there is something fishy going on. And as you could see, the production should have increased, but yet it dropped. And that's because of all these fishy players in the industry, and mostly they are foreigners. And it's in their best interest to move their money overseas, whereas for us, we don't have accounts overseas. We need to bring our money back into the country. And it's in our best interest to bring back the money into the country. And given this, if you look at today's gold production, it has dropped down to 1,771 grams, which is about 1.77 tons. And there is, like we've already noticed, a significant drop. Though the production has increased based on the fact that more people mining and the mechanized mining activity has increased so much, and you should be looking at about up to fourfold what the production should be. And given today's price, you know, the country. As a matter of fact, to me, I believe the production today, as of 2024, should be around 6.4 billion, and we're reporting only 640 million. So the figure is significant. You're looking at over 5 billion gone missing in one. This is what I'm talking about, 24 alone, and we've seen so many activities going on in this sector, and we've seen this funny dealings going on. And I've actually reported to FASU this issue before, and I believe they've got their protocols, and they have looked into it, and I wish, you know, there was other agencies that could have played their part, but we've got funny players in this industry, and looking at this, the amount of the gold that has been smuggled out has increased, and I've seen and I've heard from players within the field, and I've heard from others within the community and people in the airline industry. They're telling me that there's a syndicate going on, something's happening. This is why I provided all the reports to FASU, and because it's been happening for a while. And because they've been getting away with it, they've actually increased their activity in terms of the money laundering. And I'll give you an example of instances where these buyers, they don't transfer money to your account. When you sell a seller sells gold to them, they ask for money to be transferred to their account. They said, no, we can't transfer you money, but we'll give you cash, and you'll have to pick up cash from one of these other shops around the places. So there is a lot of activities going on in that industry where the money is being laundered through gold, and it's not accounted for in the system, and it's because of the foreign players in this game. This is why I've been advocating for this industry to be exclusively Papua New Guinean, because this is a very critical industry. When you look at the government talking about the low-hanging fruit, this is the lowest hanging fruit, and it's a massive fruit. And just imagine the 5 billion kina in 1 year circulating within our community, the velocity of the money changing hands, the amount of jobs it will create, the amount of wealth it creates for our local, who can then educate the children, build their homes and everything else, has gone out the window. This would be one of the biggest industry, bigger than the timber, bigger than every other industry, this alluvial sector. And there's so much deposits in this sector throughout the country. And I strongly believe that this is an opportunity for Papua New Guinea to rise up, to take advantage of this. But, as we can see, there is a lot of funny players that have come out, and they've come from other countries, and they've been involved in playing funny games. One of the things that they do is they go up to lease areas, and they just get somebody, they pay somebody to go and apply for leases, and which is causing a lot of problems when people are applying for leases now, because there's every Tom, Dick and Harry applying. Some of these people don't belong to these areas, and they've been forced, because they've been funded by these guys to go and apply for mining leases, and it's causing a lot of problems. And they're backing them up, and as we can see, they've got a system, they're a cartel, basically. So we can see the system that they've got working for them, and it's very unfortunate that we're allowing this to continue. It is a sector that doesn't need any expertise, and I am in the industry, and I'm willing to sort of, with MRA, bring on a lot more miners, and I think our good member for Waubololo, Wawaria, mentioned about the existing miners that are local mechanized miners. This is the way to go forward from here. We have got players in this field that are Papua New Guineans, and what we need to do is we need to encourage that. And what we need to do is when we talk about providing funding, it becomes complicated. Papua New Guineans have been in this industry, especially in the alluvial sector. They drink beer. They don't concentrate on funding the next project. And maybe one of the things that MRA could look at is also the financial literature. We need to educate these people on how to manage the finance. They got money. They'll drink beer and then they'll come and ask for more money. And that's just the problem that we have in this country. We have money, but it's just that we don't know how to manage it. And I think there is a lot of Papua New Guinean becoming players in this industry, and this is one of the other things that I'd like to appeal to the board and maybe MRA to look into this area where we can all work together and we can bring in other Papua New Guineans into this mining industry. We can be able to lead them in that, with the coaching of MRA and the facilities that we provide as well as training grounds for them. And the more, we could be producing more multimillionaires in Papua New Guinea. That is so much wealth out there that we need to capture. And the only way we could do that is getting our own people involved. It's not a complicated task. It's a very easy task. And there's a lot of people with machines and other Papua New Guineans that we could bring into this industry. I would say, the worst case in paying off your cost would be 6 months. That's the worst case. And that's probably the greatest time to do that now in terms of going mining, because of the fact that the gold price is so high. It's a perfect time to do it, and it's a perfect time to create wealth within our community that will resolve our law and order problem in terms of money flowing in the community, creating wealth for our people, employment. We've seen the the new players come from overseas. They bring their own operators that are operating machines, and they're getting away with so much. And it gets really, really hard because they're being protected from the top. And I can tell you this because I've seen these people dining with some members of parliament and some of these bureaucrats, and I'll be honest, I've seen them dine with them. So it makes it tough. So I strongly believe that if we localize this industry, and which we should, it's nothing technical about it. There's nothing. You don't need a lot of money to invest in this, and maybe this is something that we could all work together and bring more Papua New Guineans into this industry. Because I'd like to be a part of that to help bring more Papua New Guineans into this, and I want this to be exclusive Papua New Guinea, including the mining. You see, the problems that we've been facing and we've been discussing today is basically dealing with the foreigners, basically. It's in their best interest to move money overseas. Any illegal activities here, the only way they can shift money overseas is by obtaining export licenses in different areas and dealing with gold. And this is how they get the money out, get the wealth out. And we're dealing with cartels. It's a critical place where if we are not careful, we've gone down. Now we're going to be grey listed. And given the fact that when you look at the grey listing, you look at the what FASU said about the 2,000 plus cases and 0 prosecution. That really says something about what is happening in this country. And if we don't, then all our small businessmen and locals are going to be displaced. As we can see already, we will be reduced to becoming buai sellers on the streets. And this is all we're going to be. If we do not wake up, we're 50 years old. When do we wake up and say there's certain activities that we should reserve for our people, for our population? When do we protect our people? These are very critical things that we need to sort of look at and act on. And I believe, with what is happening around this sector now, it's very critical because I can tell you one thing honestly, is that I'm struggling. And I would be better off, to be honest with you, I'd be better off selling to them. And that's a sad fact. I would be better off selling to them. I'd make more money selling to them, which I chose not to. It breaks my back, to see that I'm losing money by trying to get my compliance in place and getting everything in order and exporting the right way. And it is very sad, because I've got staff that I need to look after. They're Papua New Guineans. I need to look after these people. Very important. And if I don't, they're the reason why I'm in business. I have an opportunity to cater for them. And I'm struggling to do that because these actors have come on board and they're making it difficult. And I could close down my business and move on, but what about my staff? I could sell to these people. Honestly, I could sell to them tomorrow and I'd make more money, but I chose not to. And that's really, really, really unfair. And it's something that we need to take on board seriously, because it won't be long and we'll all be illegal actors in this game. And it is something that is closer to my heart. So I just want you guys to take that on board seriously. We need to make this, we need to localize this. This has to be 100% Papua New Guinean operations all throughout. And I will still emphasize on this because it's nothing technical here. We can handle it, we can do it. We can grow it. We can help our Papua New Guineans get into this industry and grow it. But the thing is, if we don't, then we'll lose our country. We're 50 years old, and yet we can't control what is happening in our country, in our borders. And like we've been, what we've seen today, we've seen all these actors. They're all foreigners. Why are we giving them licenses? Why can't it be 100% Papua New Guinean? We are 50 years old. And why can't we do these things? These are simple things that we could do. And I will still emphasize on the fact that this industry should be 100% localized. And I'm not talking about localizing it and giving these people citizenship and then they're entitled to it. We need to make laws around it to protect this so that it becomes a Papua New Guinean thing where, you know, we keep the wealth within our country. All the export licenses, you look at coffee, you look at other things, it's starting to go out. They're using that, the money laundering through exporting directly to themselves overseas now. This thing is growing. The money laundering is getting worse. The cartels are growing bigger. They're getting fatter. And if we don't act, and one thing to do, way to act is to restrict the export licenses to 100% Papua New Guineans in every sector, I would say. You know, it may not sound right, but I think it's about time we wake up and take our country back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. I truly appreciate your sentiments here. And we will proceed with Luke from Golden Valley, and then we will circle back and panel members will have some comments to make. Very passionate plea there, and I think it touches all of us in regards to our nation. Indeed, what you've described is happening not just in the alluvial gold sector, but it's happening in forestry, it's happening in fisheries, and we're seeing a trend that we have to arrest, all of us collectively, members of parliament, public sector, private sector, we all have to come together to essentially save our country. Luke, your thoughts, please.
First of all, thank you to the Special Parliamentary Committee. We really appreciate your efforts here. We've been concerned about what's been going on in the sector for a long time. We've raised issues, and you know, nothing really has happened at all. We've at Golden Valley, we really pride ourselves on our systems of accountability and traceability. Dr. Kevin Telmer spoke before about the use of a provenance report. With a provenance report, we can actually identify down to points of a gram of what has gone into every export bar that we produce. We know where all the gold has gone, and we know exactly where it's come from by percentage. And it would be very easy to look at our gold and our gold bars and value them from the provenance report. So we know what is possible and what is not possible. And when we've looked at data and we've seen declining purity percentages go down as low as around 30%, we just know that this is not possible. And we've seen our percentage of market share decline to what is probably now somewhere around 25% of what we did back in 2019. And we know where the gold is going. We do regular surveys on other exporters. We have people that go out and look at their queues, so we know where all the gold is going. And when we look at the records and we can see that we are still the second largest exporter, we know that it's not true. We're the second largest exporter of legal gold. But in terms of total gold, we're way down the list because there is just so much gold going elsewhere. We know the agents who used to bring us gold and where they're taking gold now. You know, we know the market. We can tell you what's happening on the ground. We can see the increase in activity. And from my perspective and from the company's perspective, we see that exporters that continue to flaunt the laws of the country and retain licenses as they're being legitimised by regulators. There's no other way to see it. You know, and I know that this is something that regulators won't want to hear, but they're legitimising their activities. Now, I'm not saying that stripping an export licence is going to stop this sort of behaviour, but if you know that these exporters are moving gold illegally and not through the correct channels and not bringing money back into the country that needs to be brought in, either by not exporting, by smuggling, or by discounting the purity of the gold, then something needs to be done about it. It can't be ignored. And as we've heard today, if we don't, then we all pay the price for it. It's every Papua New Guinean, every one of us here is paying the price for what is happening. We all pay more because of the effect that this has on the strength of our currency, and we can't afford to ignore it. And it doesn't matter how many times we put this out into the public space; it continues to happen, and something needs to be done about it. So I'm appreciative of your efforts here. I don't know whether I need to go into much more about what's actually happening. I think most of it's been said. It's obvious. Anybody who is in the field here knows what's going on. But it's not just one bad actor. There are other bad actors, and there are even exporters who don't export. And where's their gold going? Well, their gold is also going to these, because unlike what Mr. Parker mentioned, they're selling on to these bad actors who are then moving the gold out. Everyone is missing out here. There's when gold moves outside of the export stream, there is a requirement that the goods and services tax is placed on the transaction. That's not happening. And so what effect does that have on IRC? Okay, well, there's potential leakage. It affects their cash flow, and there's just non-compliance, breaking of PNG law. We did some calculations on the amount of loss to MRA. MRA are saying they don't have enough people to regulate. They're losing a lot of money through production levy. I really don't want to put a figure on it right now, but it is substantial. And the tax revenue losses are also just incredible. I did a rough figure based on the 2020, and I think it was over, or at least a couple of $100 million in terms of lost tax revenue. And that would underestimate what the real figure is, because we know that the activity is increased substantially from 2020 through to now. So IRC need to be looking into this. MRA, well, you should all be upset at what you're losing. And really every Papua New Guinean should be concerned about this because of the cost to each of us as individuals. I'll leave it there for now, and I guess there might be some questions that come back to me later. But thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Luke. We will continue with Mr. Summer from the Chamber of Mines, and then after that our team there from the alluvial training.
Honorable Chairman, distinguished members of the panel, and fellow attendees. I know we've been here all day, but this subject matter is absolutely critical and important. I'm here in my capacity as a member of the Mining Committee. It's part of the PNG. We used to be called PNG Chamber of Mines and Petroleum. We've changed the name and changed the branding. We're now PNG Co, Chamber of Resource and Energy. So I'm here in that capacity as I sit here. I had the opportunity to, for want of a better word, feel the sector when the government allowed me to be CEO of the MRA for 6 years. The WOW facilities, the tenement administration system, all of the other improvements that the MRA has been able to bring in has been purpose-driven and for all the right reasons to assist the sector. When I say the sector, I'm referring to hard rock as well as alluvials. And I'm excited to hear the review by our Alluvial Gold Council team, where they've testified to the fact that we did, I think that's the right phrase, we did have a world-class alluvial administration / management process and systems. Given the highlights from this morning's discussion, we are at a stage where we are fast eroding in terms of the reputation that we've established. Yes, I'm aware that the small-scale training center in WOW is a unique facility, and it is probably the only one that's run anywhere in the world. And with the assistance of the EU, the facility was put in place. In fact, Immaculate Javia, who's sitting next to me, we all used to be at the MRA together. She was a big part of the WOW training facility. So again, all things considered, we were heading in the right direction. We are at the juncture where we need help. It's either somebody else helps us or we help ourselves. I think we know better. We can help ourselves. If anything, we created the situation that's given rise to other factors, be they external. And so I would think, we ourselves should provide the solutions. Of course, we will need help externally from experts, etc. But I would like to commend the Parliamentary Committee. This is the right forum. And if we're starting, I think we all need to be in it together to see an outcome. So let me get into, so a lot has been said. Chairman, I will, in terms of PNG Corps' contribution, we will make a written submission before the end of the week to the committee. We would like to just raise 2 or 3 issues for consideration. The first one is around governance, regulation, and enforcement. If these are not strengthened, nothing else will work and will stand in the way. Gold is a regulated commodity. And so the first protocol is around reestablishing, revisiting the governance structures, the regulatory frameworks, And very importantly, and again, as a former public servant listening to my colleagues, many of whom have left, yeah, it is, it is truly challenging. So we need to go back and revisit those. Yeah. In terms of the alluvial sector, see, the Mining Act 1992 itself is by design only for bigger mines. Inoblo Liglig mine, not for the alluvial sector. There's about, what, 3 or 5 clauses, Stan Negitals would know better than me, that makes reference to alluvials in the current Mining Act 1992. The rest is about Pogara, Oktedi, Lihir, Kanantu, and others. So if we're having challenges around regulation, enforcement, governance, it's because you don't fit, if I may, right? The alluvial sector doesn't fit. It needs to find its own place. It must find its place. If the sector is supporting in excess of 100,000, that's an old figure. I'm sure it's grown, but you know, it's about the real Papua New Guineans, real people with their feet on the ground every day. If that space in which they depend on sustaining their livelihood is bastardized within the current arrangements, then we've failed them. I've failed them. I'll cut to the chase. The sector actually needs its own regulatory arrangements. The current mining bill, the revisions to the Mining Act 1992 that both the industry and the government have been discussing over the last 10 years. If you see the current draft, it still does not address the alluvial sector. So we missed the boat in the first or the second. The 1992 is probably the second, right? And if we have to do it again in the 2020 amendments, 2020, because we started the conversation then, it's 2025 now, we'll miss it again. So in terms of a governance regulatory framework, get it right. Let's all get it right. If the sector is not adequately regulated, governed, recognized, and yet it is important to us, let's give it the priority it deserves. Whether you beef up the mining bill to, expand it to adequately cover for it, or you create a standalone legislation for the sector. So currently, as we all know, there are 2 principal legislations that the MRA regulates: the Mining Act, the Mining Safety Act. You bring in the alluvials, they will also regulate that. Of course, he has Stan. He needs more bodies. Stan, you've got money. I won't go there. So again, we've got mines coming up. Yeah. Currently, we've got 6 operating mines, from Pogara all the way to Lihir. The latest mining lease is the one just outside of here at Kido, Central Lime and Cement. Misima's going through a second lease of life. Tolokoma's just starting up. Wild Dog, finding the right assets. There's no shortage, and of course Wafi in the background. no shortage of mines coming upstream, no shortage of levies to be paid to the MRA. But again, we all need to get our act together. I think the fundamentals, and again, I go back, governance, regulation, enforcement. If we get that right, I'm sure we'll go forward. The second point is access to finance and appropriate technology. The training center in WOW was set up to deliver exactly that. Deliver training, help our people with understanding how to, of course, organize themselves with whatever proceeds comes from their labor. But if you only do that without providing the tools, again, it won't grow. As I speak, there are Papua New Guineans, and just to Justin's point about ensuring Papua New Guineans are involved, Papua New Guineans are now fabricating the appropriate technology to assist us to go there. Whether it's the trommels, whether it's the sluice boxes, but we are developing capacity to get there. But again, finance is heavy for the local people, the ordinary Papua New Guineans. And so there is a need for intervention by both government and industry, okay? We should come up with access to finance. I mean, the government's put together its National Development Bank, and of course, the SME funds, I don't know whether they sit there now or they sit somewhere else, but all of the banks seem to have SME funds, And again, so maybe pull all of those together and see how best they can help our farmers. Yeah. The sector itself, and again, Justin's come on with heavy numbers, right? 3 tons in the alluvial sector, 6 billion kina. I want to support him. Let me reduce it down if that helps at all. What our people are looking for is grams. They wake up in the morning, they look for a few grams because they need to pay for tin fish, whatever, send the kid to school, go to town, or something. 31 grams of gold is what, 12,000, 15,000 kina as we speak, 7,000 US. No other commodity comes close. I'm speaking to the converted in the room, yeah, but let me just re-emphasize that. 31 grams for those of us that chew betel nut, I think that's what, 3 nuts or 4? That's all. 4 of those betel nuts will not get you 7,000 US, 15,000. 31 grams of cacao won't, cacao won't, or coffee won't, oil palm won't. That's why we're in this business. The shot in the arm for Papua New Guineans is that 31 grams, not 5,000 or 500 kilograms of copra. I'm not saying we shouldn't go into copra, if you understand what I'm saying. All they need to find is 31 grams, and I'm sure we can use that to improve our life and do other things that we want to do. So again, access to financing and the right technology is absolutely critical, to support the sector. The last point is, again, comes back to effective policing and the institutions that are entrusted to actually ensure that there is effective regulation and implementation and service delivery to the people for whom they've been established, and set up to service. And there's been a lot said already. Again, we will put together a written report to recommend the changes, proposed changes that should happen. Interestingly, everything starts on the ground. Paperwork reaches MRA, affects central bank, affects customs, and then all of the others that are part of this process. All of the processes are clear to us. It's not a case of there's some ambiguity. There might be overlaps, and there might be internal challenges in terms of trying to, operationalize their responsibilities to service the gold sector. So, again, you had the right people in the room. They know how to deliver this. Something's not clicking. People or systems or processes it's not allowing institutions to assist us move this sector forward. Yeah, I guess I should stop here. I'd be happy to take any questions, but Chairman, we will submit our written submissions to you covering both the hard rock and the alluvials and the interplay between them. One thing I should mention is the alluvial sector does coexist within the exploration leases or the existing mining operations, and we do have our fair share of challenges, accommodating those. But again, the coexistence is important because there is some understanding to work together. I think I'd be interested to encourage our members, the operators of the mines, to see what practical input they can offer and propose and bring to the table in terms of assisting the challenges that we currently have. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Summer. Appreciate your thoughts, your experience, your input, and also thank you for, during your time, maintaining the MRA and putting us up there to hear a testament by an international organization that we had one of the best, sectors in the country, not in the country, sorry, in the world, is really remarkable. It's something to be proud of. But how do we protect this so we don't keep going down this path where if we don't do anything, we'll lose it? And this is what I want the regulatory organizations to really pay attention to. And to be fair, I feel that it's the heads of the organization that need to be here, really, to be fair. And we will organize to have them brought here so that we can talk to them about this, because they've got to be the ones who lead the way. They're the connection between the political will and the implementing will, And so thank you for all making effort to come here. But I want to assure you that we will be bringing your heads of departments here so that we can have very frank discussions about, the issues raised here. The next presenter is Immaculate, who did work with MRA, I believe, Immaculate. And Immaculate, I read your presentation, and I totally agree with you. I, too, believe that we should have a specific legislation for alluvial mining, standalone. That is, I'm a firm believer in this. I know that my colleagues here do think the same, I was just exchanging words here with Governor Bird and with others here, we've already come to the conclusion that this is we're surprised to hear that it's a business that's not specifically protected for Papua New Guineans. We had always assumed that alluvial mining was a business protected specifically for Papua New Guinean citizens, but it seems to not be the case, you know. So, anyhow, Immaculate, you've got some very good suggestions there. Without further ado, you can do your presentation and we can hear from you.
Thank you, Chairman and committee members. Firstly, I'd like to thank you for, bringing this sector into the limelight. It's been a sector that has been hidden for many years, and should I say, like over a century, since discovery of alluvial gold in the country. And to have this conversation at this level, I thank you so much for bringing this sector to this, into the limelight. Just for your information's sake, we are an NGO, a mining NGO, and probably the only mining NGO in the country. We've had our challenges. We're not supported, but we advocate for the sector from experiences after working with MRA. And Philip, thank you for the experience. I have my colleague Gail Luther. We were part of the establishment of the training center. But we've had our experiences of almost 15 years working in the sector, training our small-scale miners in the length and breadth of this country. And I acknowledge the experiences that have been shared here by our regulators, and most of it is more focused to the revenue, money, and gold smuggling. But I want to just highlight a bit on the importance of this sector, particularly with reference to our people. The sector supports almost, and there are no good data on how many miners are out there in very remote locations and in the rural areas. When I started in 2009, they said 100,000 miners, but it's almost 15 years, and I'll just guess that it's almost 500,000 people in the sector, or even more than that. So that's how significant this sector is. We also have this alluvial mining activity going on in almost every single province in this country. So that's how significant this sector is. And we have discussed many bigger issues, but let's look at those issues that our miners face every day whilst mining, the gold that they produce, and which are the results that we are talking about through the smuggling and all that. And these people face safety issues. There are women and children who are arrested in mining sites. There are social issues, environmental issues, safety issues, mercury issues, so many social issues in this sector. And we can't just ignore our people. We are talking about hundreds of thousands of people who are suffering out there, who are struggling to mine. People who are mining with no equipment, who have been mining for all these years. And we are talking about more than 100 years in this sector, doing activities that are not supported by our successive governments. And so I just want to highlight on that, and just listening to the regulators, I feel that there is a very big regulatory gap. How do we close that gap? And so to close that gap, I believe that we need a specific small-scale mining act to close that gap. We have represented the sector in so many national forums. I presented last year at the CORE on international forums, and we keep bringing up the same issues, but when do we solve these issues? So I believe that it's time for us now to take action, and that action, I believe, is to have a specific mining act to address these issues. The mining policies, or rather legislations that regulate the mining sector, like all of you have said, the Mining Act, the Mining Safety Act, the Environment Act, there's very big gaps in there. There are no specific policies. I believe the issues that we are facing in the regulatory bodies and why we are not taking actions is because probably we don't have those specific policies to regulate the sector in your specific institutions. I am not sure, but I just believe that, or I think that we are missing out on that. We don't have specific policies to guide us to, regulate and get these perpetrators or gold smugglers and all that. So I believe that this issue needs to be addressed through a specific act. We also have issues in the sector, and I didn't hear any of our experts, or you mentioned about it. There are issues of access to, or rather, the regulation of market, the prices. When the prices are increasing at the international level, is it also regulated at our local markets here? Sample line blue is a Gosalem gold, or gold buyers, they don't give them good markets. So who is regulating that? Those kind of things. We also lack in institutional capacity, and MRA has mentioned it, but I want to emphasize on the research part of this sector. The gap there is that our mining, or our universities, the geology department and the mining engineering department doesn't have, courses specifically for this sector. So should we, look into try to have this sector introduced in our universities, where mining engineers and geologists can also, study this sector and try to help us to improve this sector. And so those are some of the things that I thought I should mention. And like all of you have said, we really need a specific mining, small-scale mining act in this sector to regulate it, to empower our people, to get more out of this sector. So I just want to make some recommendations as way forward. If this committee accepts this suggestion to have a specific mining act, then it's a work in progress. We will not going to, achieve this overnight, but maybe work towards achieving this. If we can establish a national task force on to look into the issues in this sector, so we can probably have all our regulators to have this task force and start, discussing it. Some of these experiences and issues that our regulators have mentioned is totally alarming. We have, and especially for me as a trainer in the sector, I haven't, understood how these processes takes place. I only know the part where we, train miners to improve their mining activities and all that, but just listening to our regulators and the amount of gold smuggled and nothing has been done is totally alarming. So if this task force can be established to look into these areas. And I just think that we can't just, see this or get this information and do nothing about it. I think this task force should be established so we cut off gold exports and start looking into this, issue of smuggling and prosecute some of these people. It's just my suggestion. So we try to establish this and have stakeholders come together and we work towards, improving the sector. I just think that we are not working together. We are working in isolation, and either we have our policies established to regulate the sector in our spaces or not. That is the issue there. So I think that we should start coming together and discussing and address this as a matter of priority for us and for our people in the country. And with that, I want to also mention to the committee that we've done work over the years through our experiences in training our alluvial miners around the country. We've established our NGO and we've done some projects, trying our best to introduce the small-scale mining desks in the provinces and in the districts. Unfortunately, we have not been understood, and so we stopped doing work in that area, but we were incapacitated to, continue our work. But I think that the sector really needs our intervention, and we shouldn't wait till later. We should start work after this hearing and, come together and work and solve this issue. With that, I thank the committee for allowing us to speak at this forum, and we are willing to share what we have put together, a technical information paper, to the committee and whoever that is going to be, start looking into the sector, to share this information with you so you can use that to maybe influence the establishment of this act that we are talking about, or the policies that each of you have. Thank you.
Sorry, I just want to add a bit on my colleagues. Am I correct? We were pioneers trainer together when MR started the training center in Wau. And we carried out training all around, from Vanimo all the way to Sudas, Rossel Islands. And the abundance in alluvial gold deposit is just too much. The country can just survive on alluvial deposits. If we don't have large-scale mining, we can still survive on alluvial deposits. During the time when we designed the curriculum, we only had about 6 exporters, and Golden Valley was one of those. So when we train our people, we tell them, these are the recognized, established buyers that you are going to sell your gold to. We train them properly. But what happened is that there is influx of unwanted elements that came in. How they came in was that I think in Honorable Winty's time, there was a policy called Look Not policy. And I like the committees to look into that policy. If it means to stop that policy, we have to stop that, so that we don't want so many elements around this country. Some are here for good purposes, while others are just here to spoil the country. Another thing is there is a free trade in Vanimo. When I was running training at Amanap, after running training, we have to visit Patas. And that's where gold-free trade was taking place. And I felt bad because we have the policy. We usually train the people that you have to go to the established buyers in the country. And then here we see the Vanimo people trading their goods across the border. So those are facts. So can we uplift that free trade in Vanimo as a short-term basis to stop all this illegal activity? This is, to you, the policymakers, the parliamentarians, not us. You can look into that too. And we have so many people coming in containers. No one is checking all the containers that is coming in. Some of the goods are going out of the country through containers. We only control airports. But what about the ships? That's where large amount of gold is going that way. So if the customs people and immigration people were here, I will tell them from now on, you guys stop people from coming in only on tourist visas. Any others who want to do business here, stop them first, and wait, so we sort out this first. And then later you can bring in people. At this time, no more people coming in. Because it's not us simple people, it's not the miners who are allowing these people in. Who is responsible? It's not us. So the government has to take responsibility here. Because you stay out there and then you allow people to come. And then they come and then spoil us, and then what can we do? They're already here. Even you find some of these people right in the remotest places, doing tackle box stores. I cannot do that in their place. Sampla kama tambu belum pinis na kalim ten pini pinisa. How about you, Mr. Rating? This is the reality. This is the fact. They have already gone into the remotest part of the country, and they grow roots and they are sitting out there. So for that reasons, if we really want to make our sector, including forest and all the sectors, resources, we got to tighten our strings and see who is coming and who is going out. Anybody that shouldn't be here must get out. We cannot keep them here. But we have our diplomatic relations and all that. Well, that's fine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll stop here.
Very good points there, all of you. Unfortunately, we have time constraints, so we'll have to end it here for now. This is the first of many inquiries into this particular sector, and I take on board all the comments and observations, opinions, suggestions, recommendations that have been made. It's very good to hear from industry. Thank you very much, Immaculate. In fact, your line of thinking is very similar to where our committee is moving. You know, we feel that this is an area that needs its own legislation, its own regulatory mechanisms, and we also need to take stock of the fact that this sector needs to be protected for the people of this country. We're very thankful that we've had Dr. Kelvin Telma here and Sean. I won't try to mention your surname. From the International Artisanal Gold Council. Thank you very much for your insight. Thank you for all the regulatory entities that have come to present. It's good to hear from you and to see where you are. We have a lot of work to be done. The head of secretariat will reach out to each and every one of you. Immaculate, your suggestions about a technical working group is, in fact, it's very much, you're already preempting what we are thinking of doing, and also about the legislation. So, and you'll be very much involved in this, I can assure you, as will be Mr. Sama and the team from Tribal Mining and Golden Valley, as well as other stakeholders. Those who want to make changes are the ones that are making an effort to turn up. Also, we've had a lot of written submissions, so Head of Secretariat will be responding to the written submissions by various organizations and individuals in Papua New Guinea and abroad who've all, put in their thoughts, and we will condense this and update you in the coming weeks. And there will be another hearing in the coming weeks, and we will look into the organizations that didn't turn up, and also look at crystallizing the committee's thoughts as to how to move forward. We want to be a committee that, does not just walk away with all these emotions and all these findings and observations and then does nothing with it. We want to be a committee that makes things happen. And we've got a very good team up here, good panel. And so, we assure you that this is the start of an amazing journey so that we can take back this sector for our country and for our people. I will pass over to Governor Bird and Honorable Marsh Narowek of Wow Warrior so they can share their thoughts in regards to this. But I assure you that the committee, your committee, is dedicated to taking back this sector for Papua New Guinea. Thank you. Governor Bird, please.
Just quickly, I thank all of you for taking part in this in these hearings. Importantly, we've had an opportunity to listen to industry, listen to the experts, and to listen to our own public servants and their inability to police a lot of these things. So none of that is lost on us. Let me assure you all that, and for the Papua New Guineans that are, who are tuning in, we are determined to make sure that these illegal activities don't continue. 300 to 500 million dollars that's missing from our country, that's not sort of sitting in here supporting our economy and making sure that it's affordable for our people. That's a serious concern to us, as it should be. So in line with all of your contributions and some of the things that we found out, I think we will be recommending some quick short-term solutions. I'm thinking in line of perhaps a moratorium. I mean, look, it's up to us to make these decisions. We have to make decisions that are in our best interest. And knowing that so much gold just dissolves or disappears across our borders, I think that's unacceptable, and we have to act. And I think those are some of the recommendations we will make, and things like regulating this particular sector so that it's good for all the players. I think that's going to happen, and it's going to happen fairly quickly. We can't recognize a problem that's been sort of happening for the last 10 years or so, and then not do anything about it or drag it on for too long, because then again we can't afford to. Every minute we delay is having an impact on our people, and I don't like seeing our regulators being powerless to act. It makes me feel bad as a Papua New Guinean and as a member of parliament, because we're supposed to be professionally active in the roles we play, and to see all of our agencies, I guess, being unable and incapable of acting, that doesn't sit well with me. So I think that should be reflected in our recommendations. I want to, personally, I just want to put a complete stop to it immediately while we work through the things that we need to work on. The fact that prices are high and all of that, and there should be improvements across our communities, but we're not really seeing that. So we've got to come in there and act very quickly to protect whatever we have at the moment, and to make sure that whatever happens from here going forward is for the benefit of our people and our country. So those are my closing remarks, Chairman.
Thank you, Governor Bird. Member for Wow Warrior, please, your thoughts?
Thank you all for your attendance today. I think we would have other meetings also, so that if we have not discussed anything, then we can bring up during those meetings. But especially, Chairman, I would like to thank you for that particular topic, especially, I think Justin and Immaculate, we've been talking about things outside of this. Now at least we have a committee we have a committee, a platform that we can launch it formally. So we're talking about localizing this industry and having a separate act for alluvial mining. Now we have a platform, so I will work with the committee to ensure we localize the industry and also have a new act for the alluvial mining. So at least we have a platform now. So we know that it's formally placed now with a committee that can take our views and our recommendations and work with it. And I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, ways forward, just to wrap up, we have the head of Secretariat, Mr. David Sode, and the team will be putting together a preliminary report that we will be tabling in Parliament, and on behalf of the committee, comprising of the Sir Peter Ipatas, Governor Alan Bird, Governor William Powey, Governor Rufina Peter. I almost said Governor Marsh Narowek, but I don't want to preempt anything. I'll leave that to the people of Morbe, the member for Wow Warrior, Marsh Narowek, and we will be assisted by the United Nations Development Program, who were here earlier, so it was good to see them here. Dr. Kevin Telma and Sean have offered their assistance, and with their vast experience and knowledge, we thank them. They have been very welcome friends of Papua New Guinea. These are the type of visitors that we want, you know. Thank you, Golden Valley. By the way, look, I'm Papua New Guinea. No good you think, true and look. Say Gavan was a white man, but I'm Papua New Guinea, so no good you foul. And thank you very much, Mr. Parker, who has been a very passionate advocate for, you know, Papua New Guineans, especially in the alluvial mining sector. Philip Sama, with your vast experience, thanks again. And Immaculate, your recommendations, you will definitely be at the forefront of putting together the recommendations that we bring to Parliament. Having said that, I want to thank each and every one of you and let you know that advertisements will be coming out for the next hearing, you know, and Papua New Guineans and country Blayumi, each and every one of you can contribute in some way. You can write to the committee, you can contribute by an email, or you can visit the office and speak your mind out. There are many Papua New Guineans out there, as well as international friends and visitors who care about Papua New Guinea, who also contribute meaningfully, that are willing to do so. And thank you all. God bless you all. Thank you.